Alrighty. Let me go. I got you on my TV in the background. Alrighty, yeah. Let me get my white square up. Yeah, we have lighting. Alrighty, I'm gonna head out. I'll leave you alone. Best of luck to you tonight. I'll see you. Alrighty. Let me check my sound before I do anything else. Desktop so you can hear the music. Game sound, my sound. Had Discord sound on, but I don't know if you were hearing him. If not, I might have sounded crazy. It should have been on. Oh, well. Let's see. Let me go ahead and launch the game. Did I change the title? I did not change the title. Hold on. Oops, the daisy. There's the title update. Alrighty. Here's the game. Alright. Testing, testing, testing. That sounds good. Let me get my lighting up. Yay. Alrighty. Yesterday, I managed to beat Marco all in one go, both ending B and A. Today, I hope I can do the same with Bella. Let me get the challenge out of the screen. I am woefully unprepared today. I just woke up. Let me refresh stream. There we go. Okay. Today, playing a Bella. Taking it easy. Gonna take our time today. No challenges, I don't think. I was gonna do Savior Bella, but quite honestly, I don't have anything planned out. I don't know the route or anything. And every time I don't plan out a route, I tend to have a bad time. See my Marco playthrough. And who else did I do bad with? I think it was Dan. I did pretty bad with Dan too, the first time around. But yep, we are just taking it easy today. Been a while since I played a Bella. I think she was like the second character I played. I moved my mic and everything around because I was drawing, so I had to move my second monitor. Okay. I have Dark Raccoons stream up behind me on my TV. I keep forgetting to turn that on before the stream. I like to have people's streams up there. Now what is this? I think this was Short Circuit and this was Wrench Toss. I'll take Short Circuit. Your broad shoulders could carry the burden. We're no snitches. Nameless Liberty Underground. NLU. Weapon craft. Never actually took trap craft, so I don't know how good that is. But I want the chainsaw. I've never gotten to use the chainsaw. I've been working on something malevolent. I'll take spare parts. I'm just gonna take my time for the next couple of days. This playthrough is probably gonna last maybe, I'm gonna say maybe 2 streams, probably not 3. I'm gonna do the same thing for Marina, but been doing so many challenges and all that, you would forget this was a lore channel. So yep, just gonna gather some stuff. We have nausophobia. It's not better than pipe wrench, I don't think. Not too good for the beginning, honestly. I think Bella's a pretty easy character too, because we get Henry guaranteed. It's weird that Abella wouldn't recognize the leader of the organization. I know Olivia recognizes her as her sister when you get to the scene. I think it's funny that she leads you right to the janitor. Rayla is kind of a dick. That's fine though. You got the emo haircut right now? Just because you said that. Don't say that. Don't say that. I'm going back to the slick back. How are you doing though, Cracked? I added new channel point rewards. Because Cylindrius was complaining to me about it, so I added new channel point rewards. Hydrate. Hydrate. Hold on, I'll take 2 big gulps. And I'll stand up straight. I was leaning back. I don't know if the mic catches my gulps. I know sometimes it does. It did? Good. Way too cheap for how running they could possibly be. I'm not sure how many points people have, and I'm not sure like how much people earn per hour. So I just get, because I didn't want to like make them too expensive. I know last time like somebody bet 12,000 that I wouldn't beat the game deathless. They build up very fast, twice as fast when following. 50, 100 for the cheap ones. I see, I see. I'll keep that in mind because I have to. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. You're giving me. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like most of them are kind of pointless, but Cylindria says he wanted them. He wanted like the stretch and the posture check and the water. Discard a piece of equipment should not be 600. I'm sure nobody will abuse that. I'm sure we can all be responsible with our channel points. You have 5k? I can't control how you use the channel points. Crack open a cold one. Hold on. I have to go get a cold one. I didn't know how many channel points people had, okay? And I didn't want to make them too expensive. Here you go, though. I hope the mic caught that. There's your cold one. I think I limited that to like 3 per stream because I only have 2 left in my fridge. I will make sure to adjust the points accordingly. After the stream, though. After the stream. I don't want to stop. I think I may try Mariner again next run. I just learned that if you skip her backstory, the game gives you Necromancy and Engrave. Yeah, some characters kind of like have better starts if you don't. If you skip their character history. I know Levi can get Gunslinger and no heroin withdrawal if you skip his history. After I finish Marina and Nabella, I'm gonna start doing my own Massa mode runs. Last time I had like a little practice, it did not end well. I'm gonna be doing Karen for my first Massa mode run though. I insist on doing it with Karen. Happy to provide tips for Massa if you need. I will need. I will definitely need. I don't think I even got to the mansion my first time around. What's going on, my people? What's the haps? It's probably gonna be like towards the end of the week though. I'm gonna take my time with the next 2 playthroughs, just to actually like gather lore the way I'm supposed to be doing. August isn't out here right now. Must be the regulators. This is of course all made up. You're just too embarrassed to admit that you don't have the faintest idea. Typical mechanic. Regulator and superheater, got it. I know she has special dialogue with August here. I need to talk to August. Osa. I like how talking to some characters, they kind of imply that they know more than they like let on. Like Olivia kind of questions the dream a bit more because she saw her sister, and then you don't actually understand that until you play as Olivia and realize that's her sister. It's cool. I hope more stuff like that gets added. I used to think Karen was talking about Levi, but she's obviously talking about Pav here too. She's covered wars, you know, and she's racist, but we still love her though. Still love her though. I can fix her. Moth, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Gonna be taking it easy these next couple of days. No challenges. I did add new channel point rewards though, if anybody wants to grief. My setup's almost complete. You're gonna start streaming too, right? Looking forward to that. I'll make sure to check you out. I'm doing pretty good myself though. Gonna be taking it easy, catching up on some lore. Been rushing through a lot of these challenges lately. Cylindrius too. This is what happens when you cover wars. Let's see what happens when you cover wars. Let me turn on my desktop audio so we can hear the. Oh.
Please. Ring, 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 ring.
How do I cash out the Gamba?
I'm dying. I must be dying. Oh
How
my
do I
God.
cash out the Gamba? Hold on.
Please tell me I'm still on the bike. Am I still on my bike? I really want to be on my bike still. Yes!
Dema might have to do that. Because I know Dema started it. I'm not seeing it in like community challenges or anything. Kill. I still want a Dead Rising character. Moth, who am I killing? Who's dead here? Tanaka outside the ruined house. I got you. You monster. Not in front. Yeah, of course. I was told that I made these too cheap, but we shall see. I didn't know how many channel points people had. And I also don't know how like how fast people get them. So I didn't want to make them too expensive off bat. Let me turn on desktop audio again. Jesus. Forgot about that, sorry. Let me talk to you though. Can't help but notice your accent. You're from old country of Oldegard, aren't you? Tanaka adds nothing to the story and only makes you work harder if you're keeping him alive, unless you're doing 13, 14 alive. See, if you wanted me to kill him in front of the train, I would do it, because it doesn't give me a game over. But you said in front of the abandoned house, so that's what we're doing. One quarter Older Guardian. Wait, what's up? What's up, correct? Kill Marco in train. Let me go kill Tanaka first. Krako. I haven't even finished the first one. We got one cold one left. What am I discarding? Spiral. Toss that wrench, boy. We got one cold one left. Let me toss this wrench though. We don't need it. Could've gotten her naked. Let me go kill Tanaka. I'm trying to teach Wayne a lesson. Output time limit on rewards. See, I was thinking about that, but at the same time I was like, I don't want to limit people's fun. And also I didn't know how many channel points people had. Listen. You have to make mistakes to learn. That's just how things go. Every L is a lesson. We have a lot. I was thinking about it, but then I was like, it would be kind of lame. And I don't want to like limit people. I'm sorry, you have to die. I didn't make this decision. The voices did. It would be lame if I was... Listen, I thought it would be kind of lame if I was limiting people. So see how abusive this is. See, this would have been a nice article, super fast. See, I made all these rewards like 15 minutes before the stream because I woke up late. Are you gonna kill Marco, Olivia, and Marina? So I'm just gonna suffer is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna suffer. Good luck. Thank you. Give me. Me. Okay, now I have to kill Marco, you said? We're gonna go kill Marco. I do have... Oh, you're right. I get my sweet hat. Nice. You realize I'm just gonna sit here and wait until you craft the weapon to make you drop it, right? You talk to people diagonally, by the way. Is Marco still out here? I know. I've done this before. There's no repercussions for doing this. Let me see. Yeah, I kill him. I kill Marco easy. Easy. Can mods change channel point rewards? Because I kind of don't want to stop stream. Discard a piece of equipment. Hold on. You just redeemed that? Wait, I'm not sure if leaving the room stops it from being abusable. Wait, when did you redeem? It tells me you just redeemed discard a piece of equipment 3 minutes ago, but I didn't see that earlier. What did you want me to, what did you want me to discard? I don't know if that just popped up. 50k redeem where people can pick a game for me to play and have a backlog of games as a result. Really? Okay. And they don't actually acknowledge that we killed him. For some reason, killing Marco here, nobody actually cares, so we're good. Yep. And I've been told Marina gives you a book. Can I have a book? Kill Marina. Marina gives book only in easy mode. Marina attacks if you kill Olivia. Okay, I have to kill both of them now. Okay, he said Marina first, then Olivia. Okay. Let me heal. Oh no, hold on. Things might get a bit difficult here. Just a tad smidge. Which equipment did he want me to discard? Recruit Caligula. I built a new mob with Tanaka's head. Somebody said... Hold on. I thought somebody redeemed... Oh no, he only redeemed it once. Okay. I was just... Pipe wrench? Yeah, I got that. I got that. No pipe wrench. I think it just like messed up because either it messed up or I'm going crazy. Yeah, I discarded the pipe wrench that Spiral wanted me to. Okay. I think I have to hope that I just have to hope that Ornament Lantern kills her in one turn. It was the wrench. Yeah, I got the wrench. Okay. Take a gamble. We live, boys. We live. Easy. You think you can stop me by abusing the point rewards? Easy. Black Smog is of no concern. The discard piece and crack open are paused right now. Just tell me to change it if you want to. Prediction result. Will Wayne beat the... Oh, is this Oh, you guys got the gamble, right. Thank you for doing that. I'm not sure how to do that myself. Crack open a cold one you can like keep open because I'm gonna be here for like 6 to 8 hours, so I'm gonna finish these sodas. There's sodas. I don't have beer. I'll get beer next time. I have Cokes. No, you're good. Don't worry about it. I kind of just trust you guys enough to like just do things. Oh no. Oh. Why did Drift Tackle do more than like Marco's punches? We tried our best. I'm telling you, she took your drip my ass last time. Listen, Olivia's gonna die. How's the day been? It's been pretty good. I was just working on getting all my settings into Adobe Flash again. I finished a draft for the animated emote. I don't. Oh, I'm gonna kill Olivia because I didn't kill her, so I'm gonna kill her. Don't worry, I'm still gonna kill her. Meme run ideas. I was thinking about doing that, but I didn't want to like do it for this run just yet. I was gonna do a redeem that was gonna be like add a rule to the run, just any rule. Very partial to triple ballistic shield Olivia. Got the all-terrain vehicle Olivia. Mobile tank division plans. Okay, so no matter what happens, I'm half done. Just need 2030, band EQ, and hard limiter. So you want a Gamba for this run? If you want, yeah. I am gonna kill Olivia though, because I didn't kill her, and I keep my promises. Forgive me for what I must do to keep Fern. Okay. Can I make you hesitate without persuade? Man. Man. Why is she so strong? Fucking Jesus. Why is she so strong? Okay, now we're gonna have to wait here for a while. You'll never take me alive. Now we're gonna have to wait here a while. This is a day 3 run now. I keep my promises. They wanted Olivia dead, and Olivia shall die. Day 3 night. How are you doing, villain? How's everybody's day going? I hope it's going better than Abella's. Finally, play this tonight. Nice. I'm just following the moon's orders. The voices told me to do it. There will be but one survivor. As a great game once said, you are free to sever the chains that bind you. The voices told me to do it. Fireball, I'd have a metal teeth installed to chomp through. Wasn't there a James Bond villain that did that? I could have sworn. What's the predict here? Well, Wayne show how scuffed he is? No, dies less than 5 times? Yes, dies 5. Last time, I only died 6 times. I think. 6 or 7 times. 6 or 7 times. Once to the mob, like twice to the centaur. Once to August. How much is that? 4? And I think like 3 or 2 times to the Heartless. Mistakes might have been made. Mistakes might have been made. Listen. What's my Hexen looking like? Yeah, boy. Are people gonna be like, are people gonna auto attack me now? Is everybody on the train saw me like kill Olivia? Are people just not gonna want to be my friend anymore? Who can I even recruit day 3? Pav won't know. Wait, does it let me out at day 3 or day 3 night? Since we're betting and I bet on you winning, I won't be giving tips. Gotcha. I have to make up for my defeat last time. I can't let the doubters win again. It's Tanaka. Hey, I'm good. Has anybody gone through this scene? I've gone through this scene. It's it gets a little weird. It gets a little weird. I'm not gonna lie to you. It gets a little weird sometimes. Let me go see what the prediction's looking like. Remember to save before you get inside. Otherwise you have to. Oh, right. I've been saving after every rest. Who lives? Who dies? We can just call this like a baby Maso mode run at this point, right? This is just baby Maso mode. I think I do get out of day 3 night. No moon allergies, baby run. Listen, I'm not super good at the game like you, Spiral. I can't do Maso mode. I'm too scared. I just gotta do it without the moon allergies. So it's everybody but Olivia. Ooh. Abe! Okay. You probably killed Marco because Pavel killed him while you're tied up. It's a weird mechanic. It is a weird mechanic, I'll admit. Dema, how's it going? I did not win last time. But I added new channel point rewards. God Gamer confirmed? No, I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. What happened? I couldn't escape the mob. I could not escape the mob. I escaped them like twice, and the third time I couldn't escape. So I got buzzsawed to death. And after that, the centaur killed me like twice. I think I was gonna die to the centaur even if I didn't die to the mob. Just because I never fought it, so I didn't know his mechanics. Why'd you stop? Wait, why did it stop? Did the game crash? Can't move. I'm tabbed in, right? Tabbed in. Okay, I think the game froze. I think the game froze. Hold on. Luckily, I've been saving, so I don't have to do all that again. Idea. What's the idea? What's the idea, Spiral? What are you cooking? How have I been streaming for 40 minutes? It doesn't feel like 40 minutes. If I can make you kill a Bella. No, but we are a Bella. A Bella. I guess the run's over. New character time. Next person to redeem kill a character gets to pick the character, I guess. Let's make this fun. Let's make this interesting. Let's play along. I didn't plan to get anything done today anyway. It was a casual stream today. I'm fine to play along with chat's wins. Oh, so text adventure go. Yes. You can die in the text adventure, can't you? I've heard. You can actually die in there. Like get a whole game over before the game actually starts? I think so. Give me the full text adventure. I used the guide to build like top tier OSAP for future Maso runs. I'm taking the check. Last as Marco, I think I picked up like 2 or 3 checks just off of like trash cans. If I can do the same thing here. You can get a small amulet off the intro. Methods. Yes, meditation. It's hidden, I see. Let me switch it from Abella casual time. It's Osa casual time now. We're doing Osa casual time. Whoops. I meant to get Dance Macabre, but that's fine, I guess. Make someone an editor on top of a mod. You can fix the stream title categories for you. Let me do that real quick. I didn't know. Editor. 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 There we go. Everyone's an editor. Hope the chat refreshed. If you send the chat in like the last 15. Oh, there we go. I'd rather have this white key I can't find a use for. Why did it get so dark? Whoops, okay. Near the main entrance arc, there was a makeshift archaeological site with tents and digging equipment. The site looked abandoned. On the other side, there was a side entrance. Oh, I know where we're at. Okay. See the tents. Couple years old. If these truly are the dungeons of fear and hunger, and even in their current state, they would swallow unprepared tourist whole. We have to take the side entrance so the dogs don't catch us. That's knowledge right there. Only to find a cave in. The hallway had totally collapsed and there seemed to be no way around it. Never mind. Ooh. By the way, when I did this, it took like 40 minutes to actually get to the gameplay part. I'm sorry for everybody watching. We're gonna be here a while. Feel free to ask questions or just make chat. Because it looks like we're gonna be here a while. So it's the kitchen. I think that's the captain's quarters. And closed door. Go to the kitchen. I'm a little hungry. I was magician without any starting spells. I mean, he is hurting, but it requires rev. Right there, I was talking to her, and she was like, I was like, oh no. The loud banging and screeching coming from the entrance hall. Why would you run back to see what the noise was? Yeah, I think that's supposed to be a guard, and it's kind of surprising guards are still alive after all these years. Hmm. Okay, now we're at the place where the dark priests are, and then there's like, yeah, the the semen toilet. Stairway, large hall, long corridor, 4 rows, dark corridor. I think that leads to the library. Seaman toilet. Yep, the seaman toilet. We going sailing? Not today. Not today. I want to get past this. Peebo said. A larger room opened up behind a rusty torch revealed a human-like figure that stood still just beyond the ring. Is Chrome Muller still here? Oh, never mind. I thought it was talking about, like, you can find Chrome Muller just staring at you from some bars. Old reinforced chest. You gotta get some loot. At the end, there's a large bar ceiling off a staircase. Only a rusty old lock stood in your way towards the deeper darkness. Man. Stairway then. Old All Murray and Sacrificial. Okay, yeah, we're where I think we are. Skeleton crucified to it. Side path. Spiral floor tiling. It's many books. Ooh, books. The books. Okay. I think I'm gonna rush mind read. I think I'm gonna finally rush mind read. I want to see the mind read dialogue. The south end corner of the room was a small doorway shut in darkness. The north end corner was more dilapidated with its caved-in ceiling and wall. Bookshelves? No. Yeah. Mind read Radiant Girl when she's looking at Marina. Is wait. Are you talking about like the first night or the first day in the train? Can I even get it that early? Doorway. Turns to the foyer. Doorway. I'm just joking. Dang. Nope, and Fear and Hunger want to do the adventure properly. I don't even know how this game works. Um. Ooh. Faint whining and moaning could be heard from the partly eaten archaeologist. Okay, we got the jail cell keys. Um. I think Big had just entered the foyer. Figured it must have been the Malforn archaeologist from before. Can mind read corpses, participants, stand in some medical. And party talks in the manor. Night sleep encounters. Dude, that's a lot. That's a lot of dialogue. Can mind read the corpses? I need to get that as early as possible. First soulstone is the priest. And I think I can just do rare in... If I kill the woodsman, I have a second circle. It needs 2 circles or 3 circles for mind read. They have dying thoughts. You entered a huge chamber full of partly buried skeletons. I think we're at the place where Legard's cell is now. One led to the ground level you had just escaped, while the other one led to the lower levels. Maybe there was a rather new-looking wooden contraption. The contraption itself stuck out just from them being stained by blood and filth. Coming around, the elevator was being used by the same archaeological expedition. We need rope. Not this. I want to look at the bodies. I want loot. No. The bodies. Please stop. There. A cold draft moved along you to the chasm. A giant underground ravine opened up before you. Even your torch couldn't properly light the area. Where are we now? The side you were on had a few individual prison cells in a row. I guess it's death 26 now, right? No. No, we haven't gotten any deaths. Technically. The poll started after I died to Olivia, so that doesn't count. It's true. Three cells in a row. At the end of the platform, there was a corridor leading away from the ravine. I want loot. The Thraki woman I hate, it is known. All the cells were locked. One cell in particular caught your attention. There was a huge naked creature inside. To the left, there was a doorway to a small room. To your right, corridor to the darkness. I want loot. The room looked like it belonged to an army officer. Small cast iron chest. Pick the lever. Oh, we're at the we're still at the prisons. This is the thing for the flesh pit, for the blood pit. For the elevator that leads to the caverns. Distant chains rattled by the chasm. Okay, so it looks like our time here is limited. Chest. Cast hurting on it. I feel like I have to go now, but I want loot. These swords and spears still left on the rack. Sword. You heard an ear-piercing screech. A terrifying presence. Hide. Don't wait and see. Posture check. Okay. Hydrate. I got you. I don't know if my mic catches the gulps. I try to be loud. I try to be loud with my gulps. I don't know if the mic caught it. Sometimes the mic catches it. Tea time. The thing was naked. A long pole. Oh. Oh, this is Chromoller. I need 7 TV. What does that mean? Oh, yeah. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting. The emotes. Crow gave a loud call that was mixed with a deep resonating groan of an anguished man. Cast hurting. Well, that's the first death. There you have it. How far did I get? Does anybody know? I feel like I got far, but at the same time, I feel like I accomplished nothing. You didn't? Oh. Listen, we rush. I'm speedrunning now. I'm a speedrunner. I'm a pro gamer. God gamer, they called me. So they call me. Check, check. Meditate. I'll learn hurting. Why not? I never take hurting. Everybody called you Giorgio. My... Are you gonna do the meme yet? No time for memes. This is serious time. I'm a speedrunner. I'm a god gamer. Don't examine the tents. We enter. Wheat flour. Right in the kitchen. Okay, now do I remember what I was doing? I think it was dark corridor. No, it was a stairway. Side path. Now I get books. Rare. Lucky coin. We're doing better already. Dark corridor. Yes. Okay. We're practically where we were before. Stairs down. Stairs down. Bridge. This time I just go to the corridors. Where was it now? Small room. Just get my weapon, just get my sword, and then I leave. We don't mess with the We don't mess with Bird. We don't mess with Birdman. We don't associate. Yes, we leave. Notice a rope tied to the platform. Okay, I think I've recovered enough to try some more attempts. Best of luck with the runs, dude. Alright, if you're live when I'm done. Best of luck to you too. If you're still doing Olivia, best of luck with it. If not, I hope you do better with whoever you're playing as. Likewise for the raid, by the way. The other end, see corpse belonging to the art college. The prisoner apparently hanged himself. Yay, we got the rope. There's a doorway to the small room. Okay, wait. Small room, cells, back to the corridor. A lone skeleton chained to the wall. Small door. How did it collapse entirely with the crow? We don't know the crow. Have you noticed how the train memories OST changed to the dungeon OST? Did it? Hold on. I didn't notice. I'm just getting ambience right now. I'm not actually getting music. Contraption. We can use the rope. It opened up and the area that revealed itself was even more open than the dungeon OST is basically ambience playing and stuff. I see. I didn't recognize it. That's cool. I like that. Nice little details. The pit opened up, and the area that revealed itself was even more open than the ruin upstairs. The cavern was huge. Your torch left in darkness. A report documented each item found from the digging site. There were pictures of the said items etched on the paper. No. Campsite. Digging site. It was bigger than how it looked initially. The site. Yes. Is this it? Is this the end? Because I found my guy. No, it's really big. When can I join you in a Discord call to discuss a new lore idea I was introduced to? I just want to kind of chill right now and do solo. Yeah, I'm just kind of I'm kind of relaxing today. I'm sorry about that. I'm taking it easy today. We can do it after stream if you'd like, though. Or actually, let me finish up this. Let me finish up this, and yeah, we can hop in a call. Why not? Let me just finish up. Wayne straight up vibing. I'm vibing. Teach a lot about Rare. Give me 1 second to just finish up the text adventure. I think all this is just within the bridge version anyway. Oh, and we're back to lighting. I had left out the details from the story on purpose, but that did not also bother you. Just jump deep into the oven. Magical goods. We'll do medical goods. I feel like I'm always like out of healing by the end of the game. How tense is the moment you embarked on this journey? Oh, we're done. Okay. Let me call you. Where are you? Here we go. Let me save character history so I don't have to do all that again. I feel like I got I feel like I got nothing special out of that. I feel like nothing was accomplished. Nothing of substance was gained. Rare usually has his back turned to the world. I guess showing his face is a rarity. You're good. That's good. Hey, okay, hold on. Let me make sure that the sound is working for the stream so I don't sound like a schizophrenic. Properties. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second. Can you hold up the wrong tab? Ah. Okay. Audio's fine here. What's the matter? Can you hear? Can you hear Panda? Cause she's supposed. Do it again. Okay, I'm just switching to desktop audio so I don't have to mess with Discord right now.
All right, well, give me a moment. I'm switching to desktop right now myself.
Gotcha. Okay, we have our friend Panda here who wants to do a little bit of lore talk. That is always welcome.
All right, I am here.
Nope. You hear Panda? Good, good, good.
Does this sound better?
Yes. It does
I'm,
sound better.
I'm gonna pull up the stream so I can both watch while talking.
Cool, cool, cool.
I'm gonna have to mute it though.
Of course.
Otherwise, I'd be listening to both to two of you.
Past Wayne and present Wayne.
Yep.
I feel like I got nothing out of the text adventure. Nothing was accomplished.
You do know that you can get a small things amulet out of there, right?
I know I can. I just don't know how to.
Oh, you just have to check the tent after you descend the rope 3 times. So anyway, are you prepared to hear about the idea that I was introduced to?
Yes.
So you know how in Donovan's house there's all those like letters scattered across the floor?
Yeah.
And how they say things like the sulfur sun?
Mm-hmm.
So someone came up with the idea that the reason Rur hates humanity so much is because when Almer ascended, that the soul of the sun god was used, and that the discarded soul of the sun god that Almer used to ascend became the sulfur god. And that the other primordial entity that he shared the sky with died, to humans.
Mm-hmm.
And thinking on it, it makes sense because we never hear anything about the sun god, even though from the old gods we know that, well, not the new gods. We know from the Skin Bible that the sun god was also one of the first two entities to exist. But we never hear anything about the sun god. All we hear is about the sulfur sun. So, in my opinion, it holds a little bit of water. What do you think?
So we know the sulfur. Okay, so you're saying the sulfur god and the sun god are like two separate beings? Like the sulfur god came from Ulmer, the sun god died, so the sulfur god could be born?
Yeah, what I was saying was like, you know how we had to kill the god of depths so that the little girl could ascend?
Yes.
The theory is that for an ascended god to happen like the little girl, that basically a new god and a human have to have a child, and
Mm-hmm.
that child has to ascend using like the residual energy of a dead old god.
Mm-hmm.
And the theory is that Almer killed the sun god and ascended afterwards after being killed, and that the discarded remnants that was sulfur is like the sun god being discarded after Almer achieved divinity. Because we know that sulfur was casted aside, but we don't really know what sulfur is.
From what I've read, and like little tidbits, because I haven't read super thoroughly on Termina, but from what I have read, the sulfur god is supposed to be like the rage and vengeance within Ulmer, I think, that he cast aside.
Yeah, but it was given form by something. And if Almer did in fact kill the sun god in Mahabari and then died,
Mm-hmm.
then it would be like how the little girl replaced the god of depths. Although the god of depths is still technically alive, kind of.
It was kind of a successor situation with that, because the little girl kind of inherited some like traits from the god of depths.
Yeah, and it's theorized that the god of depths still lives partially by like being a parasite to the god of fear and hunger. Because the god of fear and hunger most likely is still in level 10 of the dungeons when you play Osa in the beginning of the game.
Yeah,
Because then again, doesn't like the god of fear and hunger just become like a statue?
it is. Yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. It's very like not organic looking.
It's very not mobile looking too.
Yeah, no legs. Loses its
So
legs.
she so she's still inside of like the god of depth's body. So it would make sense that the two are having like some kind of symbiotic relation. Because if I was the god of fear and hunger, I also wouldn't want my house to like decay around me. And also, someone mentioned the beekeeper and how the beekeeper was supposedly influenced by the god of depth.
The beekeeper, the big white guy with all the nests.
Yes.
What do you mean they were influenced?
I'm not really sure what they meant, but they brought up how the god of depth, the god of depth, while technically we killed them, their influence and power still exists in like enough abundance for it to be considered like traces.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I
And
didn't know
how
Nose Burns a new god in Fear and Hunger. Yeah, he does that if you have him in your party. Sorry to interrupt. Talking to chat.
I know I'm watching chat too. Yeah, I was thinking that it was possible that the reason Rur does everything he does is because of Almer.
Is that raccoon? No, this
Because
is Panda.
because think of it in your shoes.
Hmm.
You're this like really old moon god. Your only friend for like a very long time is the sun. And then like let's go with the theory that the green hue and the old gods did in fact come from the sun god and the moon god. Because as we saw last time, the green hue does really look like the surface of the moon.
Yeah, the void and all that.
And it's like, sure, you have Sylvian and Grogroth running around, but they're basically like your kids. So there's nothing really there for you. And then all of a sudden this new guy comes along and he kills your only friend, the sun god. And then he achieves divinity, and now you have to share eternity with this man. And we know from Pocket Cat and the Lady of the Moon that they hunt children to, like, stop the influence of the new gods. It would make sense that Almer is the cause of Rur's hatred for humanity. Because if humans repeated what Almer did and killed the old gods to, like, replace them to some extent,
Hmm.
then eventually they'll target Rur and like Sylvian and Grogroth. Because they already did it with Venushka.
Hold that thought. Villain asked if would you try ascending to godhood if you lived in this world and knew about it?
Huh, let's see. What would I have to do to get there is like the first question.
I mean, same thing as Fear and Hunger 1, right?
So basically I have to kill a god and like,
Sit on the throne, essentially.
oh, sit on the throne.
Yeah,
I
you
thought,
know.
oh, so he means like ascending to being a new god instead of an old god.
Yep.
I mean,
Would you?
yeah, sure, why not? It's like, sure, we might lose our minds because we don't have soul anchors.
I feel like I'm definitely arrogant enough to like try to ascend to godhood if I knew it was a possibility.
I would want the Enlightenment like an Osramus.
That's a weird thing. Like, that's. I think so too. About yourself or about me? Hold on, villain. That's a weird thing though. The fact that like only the enlightened ones are passing down their titles, because we don't see like multiple dominating ones. We don't see multiple tormented ones.
I mean,
But the
I
enlightened
think
one is like a title that gets passed down.
I think the only time two enlightened ones existed at the same time was when Valtiel came to kick Nosra out of the Grand Library.
I mean, Nazra was an enlightened one as well. It'd be
I
hard for
know,
someone to
but
say.
like, I think the thing was Betel came before Nosra. Nosra took the title
Yes.
from Betel after Betel died, and then Valtiel usurped the title from Nosra with force.
It is stated, I forgot where I read it, but it is stated that Betel fell for the tricks of Nazra.
So Betel, like,
He got pranked,
Betel unknowingly gave up the title.
more than likely, yeah. And that might have
Or
led to his death.
or maybe Nosra just killed him.
See, but they said tricks. Like, if he just killed him, I feel like they would have said that, because that's a very Nazra thing to do. It's just to prank Betel.
Maybe like what it means by tricks is that Nosra made Betel give up like the title of the Enlightened One because he did something to Betel's like soul. Do we know if there's like any power to like manipulate souls?
To manipulate souls. The most soul manipulation we ever see is Termina. They have the artificial soul. You can like take souls from people, from corpses, using the soul stone.
So what if that's what Nosra did to Betel? Nosra took Betel's soul.
The thing is, that's
Because,
corpses. As far as we've seen it, it's only corpses.
well, yeah, but think about it. if you can use a soul stone easily on someone that's dead because they can't fight back. What if Nosra tricked Betel into lowering his guard and then, like, soul snagged him?
I for sure think Nazra made him give it up. Like, hey, if you give up your powers, I can give you old god powers. And then he did, and Nazra just dunked him. Villain's got some theories.
Yeah. Oh
It's
wait,
just weird stuff.
Villain, what do you think of the theory that the sulfur god is like the remnants of the sun god discarded by Almer after he ascended? I want to hear other people's opinion on the idea too.
The thing is
Because
too that the sulfur god doesn't exist just yet. Like, he doesn't exist until the end of Termina Festival ending C.
like, we know that, but we know that he existed prior at some point because of Almer.
What if you put in the soul stone, the battle stone, therefore giving an artificial soul, but it's called battle stone, therefore even gives humans mind? Hank the hurting? This guy.
Okay, let me try to, like, put it into very simple term. It is theorized that possibly the sulfur god is the remnants of the sun god that Almer killed before ascending. Like how we have to kill the god of depth to have the little girl ascend. Because without the remnants of the god of depth, the little girl wouldn't have ascended.
Do you know how many rare circles I need for mind read?
2.
Two? Just two, you sure?
Yes.
Positive.
I am saying that the reason the Termina Festival is happening is because of Almer. Rur doesn't like humans. And Almer was once human. Almer killed the only other person that exists at the beginning of time with Rur. I just watched you roll double tails. Are you okay, Wayne?
Uh,
So,
I'm
Villain,
not
do you think
okay.
that it... Villain, do you think it holds water that the Sulfur God could be the remnants of the Sun God?
I had a rough go with villain.
Because it would explain why Ver does what he does.
Yeah, the thing is, there's also just a much more simple explanation for like Bird doing what he does. Did I
I know,
not
but
skip the intro?
you said, do you want skip the intro, and you said no.
Whoops a daisy.
So what's the more simple explanation? Then because then that would also bring the question of, well, if the Sulfur God is not related to the Sun God at all, then why do we never hear anything about the Sun God?
Okay, one, the sun god is known to be forgotten, and I think it's implied that there's a ton of. I got sub 1 hour in my first try. Who are you playing as today? Oh, sorry, hold on. Ah, my mind. What was I saying? I didn't equip a weapon. Hold on.
Oh
I'm
my
losing it,
goodness.
Panda. Where was I, Panda? Where was I? You have to keep track of these things for me.
Okay, you were basically saying, I asked what the simple version of it was, and you said you were about to tell me what it was.
Simple version. Okay, so
The simple version of why Rur does Rur things.
so the new gods are trying to acquire power on par with the old gods in order to ascend humanity past the need for gods, essentially, for the old gods. And we see them get close to this because of Nilvan with her endless soul allows for the endless creativity and possibility of humanity. So she's able to make a plan to create an old god that is like in favor with humans, which would eventually become the god of fear and hunger. Essentially, everything that happens in the first game is because of Nilvan. It's like all her doing. In the
So
background,
wouldn't
Nilvan, it's all of Nilvan. And this threatens the old god's powers. So that's why Rur sends out Pocket Cat and Moon Lady to like start snatching kids.
do you think that the same thing happened when Almer was born? Because he was born of a human and a new god as well. Almer brought them out of the like very archaic age, and now they're just stuck in another archaic age because like Grogoroth, Almer, and Sylvian all left.
Two things with that.
So
I think I've talked about it before that I was also confused as to why the old gods were so friendly with the Almer. Like, it didn't make sense to me. But on the other hand, it's like
what if
Almer
they were
was
already?
essentially like Almer essentially doesn't threaten the old god's rule. For all intents and
Yeah, he.
purposes, he's the status quo. It keeps humans happy, like, oh look, we have a god who's human, and the old gods are looking down at them like, sure, buddy, sure. Almer's not
Yeah,
doing you any favors. But God of Fear and Hunger progresses humanity so much that they kill Venushka. That's because of the God of Fear and Hunger that they're able to make the
and
progress to kill Venushka.
and they also create logic.
Exactly. And that's because like the God of Fear and Hunger genuinely threatened the old god's power because it was an old god powered being that was in favor of humans, whereas Almer was like kind of status quo. Sure, he used to be human, but what did he really do for us?
But do you think that Burr could have reacted in the same way when Almer was born?
It's definitely possible, and you're bringing up some really interesting ideas. Quite honestly,
Because we
though,
also
yeah,
because we also must note that Lady of Moon and Pocket Cat existed before Nilvan did. Like we go back into the past of Rondon and it's like, oh, there's even more missing children this year. And it's like, well, clearly that means Pocket Cat has been around for a while. Especially because we also have the Tales of Pocket Cat, which predate the little girl's birth.
how did the Abella run go? Um, so I killed Olivia on the train because somebody asked me to, and then I got stuck on the train and tied up, and then somebody asked me to kill Abella, and I was playing as Abella, so the Abella run is just over. We're playing as Osa now. I made new channel point rewards, Panda, and I
Oh,
priced
you
them
did?
too low. People have been abusing them to their heart's content. Did it soft block you? Villain, if you haven't seen, I made new channel point rewards.
So
And
I'm gonna let you know this now. I
yeah,
have 6,000, so I can literally make you go kill like 6 contestants already.
hold on. I can never crack my back. I need to to crack my back. I feel it. I'm gonna kill myself on stream, cracking my spine. Jesus.
But yeah,
Ah,
don't you agree that Pocket Cat and Lady of the Moon definitely predates what Nilvan was doing?
they do predate it.
So obviously that must mean that sometime before then, probably with Ulmer, they were around then because Ver might have believed that Ulmer posed a threat.
I know, I know.
And if it
But
is as the theory says that Sulfur is the sun god, then obviously Ver was right in his thinking that yeah, Ulmer's a threat.
the
Because wow, you killed the sun.
the new gods that we know, Nilvan, Francois, the whole fellowship, they ascended sometime in like I think 800 to 900, and the first
Yeah.
game takes place in like the 1500s. Moth, hello. We're talking lore, not actually making progress.
Oh no, you're making progress, just really slowly.
So there was like, what was it? Like around 700 to 600 years. Maltir, I'm out. There was like around 600 to 700 years where Nilvan existed. And we know for a long while the prophecy about Legard existed. So there was the prophesized one, and then there was Nilvan. And I think, like, at some point. Sorry, I'm looking at gameplay in chat. And support Spiral a bit, but now he got double digits, so I'm back here to support. I'm doing double time. Thank you, Ma. You're a real trooper. You're a national treasure. I was saying though, what's this saying? Oh no.
You're talking about how Legard's prophecy predated his birth.
Oh yeah, Legard's prophecy predated his birth by like way back. We're not sure how far, but it could be that Ver saw the prophecy, saw Nilvan, and just like sent out the troops as soon as possible. And that's why it predates it by so long. Because it's like during any time that Nilvan is new god and the prophecy's around, anytime from like 800 when they set out on their adventure to 1500 when the first game takes place, during any of that time period, the girl could have been born. Rur didn't know like
true.
Rur didn't know who the prophesized one was or who it could have been.
That is true, and that does bring up that we actually don't know how old the Tales of Pocket Cat are. So it could be like fairly recent, like maybe a few hundred years after Nilvan ascended, or it could be like really ancient. All we know is like the child was named Willem. Actually, is there anything else I can get from this?
Bro, me and the Val are just vibing, bro. You seeing me? We just messing with some fish or whatever.
Okay, I don't think we ever figure out where Merwood is, do we?
Don't think so. Moth, do you know? I don't think we're ever giving a timestamp for when the past takes place. Cause I'm talking to Moth right now, just so I'm not confusing you. Um, when we go back into the past, we don't actually know like when that is.
Oh, wait, I just realized. Pocket Cat. Okay, so do you think the churches of Almer were set up like around the time he died?
Almer?
Yes.
Around the time he ascended. Yeah, probably.
So like around the year 0.
Yes.
So then that brings up that I found an interesting tidbit in the tale of Pocket Cat. So technically Pocket Cat could have been around any time since the year 0 or a bit before then, and all the way to like the time where the first game takes place.
Could you write
Because it's
that? Could you read
confirmed.
that out for me?
Yes. The Tale of Pocket Cat Chapter 2. The town of Merwood was in a festive mood. It was the beginning of the harvest season and food was plentiful. Willem's mother and father were arranging a large party for all the big families of the town, even some noble ones were supposed to show up from outside the town. Willem had to wear his Sunday suit, the suit he would typically wear when going to the church on Sundays. Needless to say, the suit wasn't to Willem's liking. The reason I say that this would probably be a church of Almer is because we've never heard of any associated churches for any of the other gods. All we
Okay.
hear about are the cults.
Some
We
things
have
here.
never,
Oh, go ahead. My bad. My bad.
I was about to say, we have never heard of a church specifically dedicated to any one god, but we have heard of churches dedicated specifically to Almer. And because of the connection to Almer and our real world equivalent of Jesus, it would be safe to assume that a church that is specifically known for its Sunday attire would probably be the Church of Almer.
Yeah.
So
You
therefore, because the tale takes place in that time, it could be any time since like a bit before Almer's ascension when he was like a lesser known like prophesized human to
basically
any time
BC.
after. See, I'd say like when Almer had like a big following before he was executed, and then like after he ascended would be like the times where churches would be instated for him.
Two things here. In this game, Pocket Cat talks about people rehashing old stories to tell to new like generations. And I think that's what's happening with the Tales of Pocket Cat too in this game. Because we're told that Willem wears a suit. That's definitely more of like a modern age type of thing. People didn't have suits back in like people didn't wear Sunday suits. Maybe they wore Sunday clothes specifically to go to church. They didn't wear Sunday suits. That's like a very specific word right there. I think there's definitely like a modern retelling of the old Pocket Cat stories.
I was also about to say there's something else that confirms it that I completely forgot.
What's up?
They, in the Tale of Pocket Cat, it mentions it is even written on the Book of Our Lord, the Bible of Almer. So I just completely forgot that part.
I think this James making a lore stream right now. Miller's world is
Why?
definitely the void, and the void is possibly a future of the aftermath of Sulphur God. So Moth, I was thinking that the void is maybe like the surface of the moon. I was looking at it and I was like about the green hue and everything, and I'm thinking that the void is just like the surface of the moon.
Wait, aren't the void and the green hue in the same space?
Yes, we see the green hue coming out of like craters within the void. And I'm just
Okay,
saying like craters, moon, green hue connected to Rur. What if
yeah,
we the void is just like Rur itself?
don't the villagers also mention the green hue after they get moon scorched?
Yeah, because the green hue is definitely tied to Rur.
Now, someone said that it was like, oh, it's connected to all the gods. But have you ever heard of the green hue being associated with anyone besides Sylvian and Rur?
Exactly. And do you know where the moon
Then
lady comes
again,
out of? She comes out of the
yeah,
green
the
hue.
green hue. But then again, don't we fight the lady, I mean, Sylvian's traces on Rur if he is the thing holding the green hue? Am I correct?
Hold on. The creature smell of sulfur. New god Hall says is a byproduct of the lost god. So maybe it's the artificial green Kaiser made.
But also, if it's byproduct of the lost god, then we already have a lot of terminology pointing towards the sulfur sun.
What I'm thinking about the creature smelling of sulfur on the moon, they're the moon and the sun are tied together. That's like we can't argue this. Moon and sun, like diametric opposites in like just about every culture.
Yeah, doesn't the Skin Bible for Rur literally says that they're the two like primordial entities?
And the sun and the moon is just like a reflection of the sun's light. So if the creatures on the moon smell of sulfur, I wouldn't be like surprised about that. There's like a tie there.
Now, someone pulled out the biggest brain theory that Rur never existed, and that Rur's power was just a reflection of the sun. But obviously, we have seen that while it is very big brain, it's hard to believe,
Moth, I gotta
considering
get
we
you in this
have
voice call, Moth.
what?
We gotta get Moth in this voice call.
Oh, Moth, do you want to join us?
The void also has power poles and wooden planks like bridges. Also huts made of sticks and pickaxes all around. Maybe people trying to hide from the sun.
Wait, can we actually get Moth in here?
If he would like, it's all up to Moth. There's my Discord, Moth. If you're interested in joining. Aaron is the only true god. Now my mic isn't ready yet. Heard on that.
Oh wait, we're moving into the Discord channel.
Oh no, his mic's not ready.
Oh, I
Aaron
was
is the
about to say,
only
because
true god.
I'm not in your Discord.
Hard agree, Lord Quaz. Nobody's in my Discord. I haven't opened it to the public.
Oh,
Yeah, it's not set up. I think I'm dead here. I'm not paying attention to the game at all.
do you want some tips for how I did this?
No, I think I just
Because
suffer.
I was about to say,
But look out. I forgot to equip a weapon. Whoops a daisy.
just punch him in the head. You can do it.
Here's what's gonna happen.
You're gonna get. I know, Donovan's house is what like inspired the theory that the sulfur god was the sun god.
Leave me alone. I don't want. Oh, leave me alone. I don't want to mess with you. This is a lower stream now.
Well then, I
I'm
have
actually
like a
just restarting.
I have a tidbit of lore for the decrepit priest.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna use the bathroom, and this is a lore stream now. We're just gonna go look at like books and stuff.
Hi, Chad. Am I still able to be heard? I am assuming not. Oh, fantastic. Hello, Cylindrius. And Moth, I have hijacked Wayne's stream. I am the ruler now.
Hello.
Oh no, he's back.
What's going on?
I didn't hijack the stream, I swear.
What's Chad saying? I really like how
I did
Kaiser
not.
makes an artificial Mahabra. He cannot go outwards, so he goes inwards instead. Okay, this is a lore stream now. We're just gonna go look at books. We're gonna go look at books.
Are we
Uh,
gonna, are we
Moth was
gonna
talking
go?
about the the stuff, the things, the stuff and the things. The papers on
Stuff in the...
Donovan's floor.
Yes.
I'm gonna go read
Well,
those.
for some reason, whenever I hear the name Donovan, I instinctively think of Dan. Dan looks like a Donovan, and also the fact that Donovan's house is purple.
Okay, we're pulling the girl bosses out of retirement here just to go read lore.
You know, I wonder what the sun smells like.
The what smells like?
The sun.
The sun.
Yes, does the sun even have a smell, or does it just smell like hot?
I mean, in this universe, I'd assume it smells like sulfur.
Jesus, why are you like... Originally, you sounded very not into the idea that the sulfur god was like the remnants of the sun god.
I mean, we know it's tied together. Sulfur sun, sun god, sulfur god. Honestly, I just thought it was
No,
like all interchangeable. I never considered the
it's...
idea that it'd be like different entities.
I
Somebody sells
mean,
sulfur, I'm like sulfur sun god. It's the same thing. You can just call it the same thing. That
and
was
also
my
the
idea.
fact that if we applied the rules of like the little girl's ascension to Almer, then Almer would have had to do something besides getting crucified. Otherwise, he would have just died normally, like how the little girl can constantly die from like infection and getting her head pecked off.
In my dreams, I've seen the towers, the hollow husks of the endless city, those who patiently wait for their king to return.
Now, who is the king?
So the king's a weird entity. The king, either he's talking about some king we don't know, or he's talking about the king of Mahavre. And the king of Mahavre is just this like weird thing.
What if the king of Mahabre is the sun god, like Rur? Because you gotta think, if Rur and the sun god were like the first two, then the sun god could have very easily like constructed Mahabri.
The book is the key. What do you think that means, Moth?
The book is the key.
But the king of Mahavre is said to be the passages Mahavre, IMO, okay. But the king of Mahavre was stated to be a king instated by the old gods when they left. So the old gods left, everybody says the old gods left. The old gods aren't here anymore. Well, they
Okay,
left, and in Mahavre they left a king to rule over humanity. And then
so
the
it could
first new
not.
gods came, and they like kicked him out. They're like, get lost. We're taking over our destiny now. We're the new gods.
Oh, so it could not have been the sun god.
It might have been. Who knows?
Well, if it said the new gods left, then it would have been, mortals' interpretation of the old gods leaving.
But we do know that Rur stayed. Rur stayed.
Ver like almost definitely stayed, considering all the things that he would not leave up to chance to Pocket Cat. And also another thing that's rather interesting is Perkel actively lies to us. Him saying that Rur isn't there, how would Perkel know? But when we speak to Pocket Cat, and when we fight him, he actively speaks like Rur is still around. It's like he says, my master, and not something like, oh, my master is gone, but I'm still carrying on his will. No, Pocket Cat speaks as if Rur is still around. Don't you agree that that's what Pocket Cat kind of sounds like whenever you speak to him?
He does. Hold on. The king might have been the figure you see in the halls entering Mahavre. Oh, the dude with like his dick out. I feel like they wouldn't make statues of him though. Like he was kind of an insignificant figure, kind of. I know the old guardian. He talks about the king. He's like, I'm waiting for the king. I'm waiting for his return, and he goes insane because the king never returns.
So the king is probably dead.
No, it might have been the stone crown. The stone crown that lets you like go into the cave dweller village.
Do you think that's the king's crown?
Might have been. The dude with his dick out can be literally anyone in the series. You're not wrong. Or was the
Okay,
last god who left this world, but I think that avatars are like proxies speaking to our world, kind of like a game avatar.
I don't think that Rur ever left. Because when you look at the events of Termina, they feel more orchestrated than the events of something like when you go to meet Grogaroth and Sylvian's traces. You kind of just come across both Sylvian and Grogaroth just chilling. But with Rur, he's still actively doing stuff. It's a bit strange considering Sylvian's traces and Grogaroth's traces don't do anything until we actively confront them. Rur has been doing stuff for like the past 2 weeks in Termina before we even arrive.
I feel like he didn't leave with the other old gods, but he is gone now. There's no way the true Rur could be bound to Perkel though. Yeah, because we see him chained. He's chained, and when like Perkel dies, he's unchained. Kind of like Perkel was controlling him or something. I think
Well,
he wasn't gone by the time of Fear and Hunger 1 maybe, but he is gone now, I think.
but what drove him to leave? Because he wouldn't have had the same motives that like Grogaroth, Sylvian, and Almer would.
Failing probably, because we know like he didn't stop Nilvan's plan. The god of Fear and Hunger was born and Venushka died. He failed.
So why would he not want? So why would he want to leave to let that kind of thing happen more?
I mean, the rest of the old gods are gone now. I think the only ones left were like Venushka. The only ones confirmed left were Venushka and Rur. And Venushka died because Rur couldn't protect him. So at that point, it's like, I failed. The humans beat me. Like, I'm gone.
But still, I don't think that's why he would have left, because the Festival of Termina almost seems like it is meant to kill off the entirety of Prehevel.
He hates humans because he knows the true ascension requires an old god's power.
Yes, that's what I was getting at earlier by with the Sun God.
You have the
If
chat up,
Almer
right?
ha- Yes, I do.
Okay, cool, cool. Because Moth is
If Al
talking.
if Almer ascended and killed the Sun God to ascend, you gotta remember, the Sun God and Ver were the only two at the very beginning.
Right, one of the
And
primordial entities.
and so basically Ver and the Sun God were basically like brothers. Well, no, that's the thing. If Almer killed the Sun God and Ver couldn't do anything about it and had to share divinity with Almer, I'm pretty sure Ver would have wanted old gods to like gods to stop ascending into old gods because they would have had to kill other old gods.
He did kill the false kings. The Moth was talking about though how Arver was trying to save his little sister, the god of the depths, which is also true. Not only did he fail to save Venushka, he failed to save the god of the depths. They
Wait, is
both
it
died.
confirmed? It's confirmed that Ver and the God of the Depths are related?
I'm not sure about that, but honestly, like
But
they don't.
technically, it would be in connection because the God of the Depths definitely seems like someone who would be on good terms with Ver, especially if we're going with the theory that the old gods like Sylvian, God of Depth, and Rogroth came from Ver. It's a very intimate relation. And also, Ulmer may have killed the False Kings, but he was still descendant of a new god and a mortal. Therefore, he would have had to do something like the little girl had to do and kill an old god, which was the god of death. Ulmer would have had much more limited choices.
Just looking at the night sky, you can see his presence in an eternal slumber. This is said of Rur. His presence in an eternal slumber. Probably some rules even for old gods. What's up?
So it says that Rur is eternally sleeping.
Yep.
Didn't it? So do you think that Rur is like lucid dreaming about humanity?
What was it Perkel said it? Perkel said either you're the dreamer, he's the dream, or that he's the dreamer and we are the dream. He said this about Rur at the
he is
beginning.
the dreamer. He said that Rur was the dreamer. So in my opinion, Rur, this is all one big like lucid dream to Rur.
Rule number 1, get good.
And Moth, when it comes to him telling Pocket Cat to not directly interfere with mortals, it would probably be not overstepping the boundary that someone like Grogaroth and Sylvian set, because they don't like actively hinder mortals, do they? Grogaroth and Sylvian never physically like interact in their affairs.
Lord, are you talking about Perkel when you say he's serving the sulfur god?
Yeah, I don't trust anything Perkel says because Perkel even tells us that he would lie to you without like hesitation.
It's like, but he already lied to us though. He
But
already
he
lied
could
to
also,
us about Rur. He like already did it once. He was like, "Yep, this is all Rur's plan, and Rur's my master, and I'm serving him." And then at the end, he's like, "Psych, Rur isn't here anymore. I'm actually serving the sulfur god." And it's like, why? I don't feel like there's motive enough for the second lie. Could all be
but
this is VR.
the thing is, would Perkel know if he's lying or not? How do you like check Rur's consciousness to tell if he's actually like conscious or not?
The thing is, we have to take it for like Rur's word, just like we take it for like the word of everybody else. Because
But we
it's
can
like,
also
how can we
take
tell Grogaroth is gone? How can we tell Sylvian is gone?
well because Grogroth and Sylvian, we meet their traces. We never meet Rur's traces. We meet Rur, and we meet like his all-seeing eyes. And we can also go off of what Pocket Cat says, because Pocket Cat never alludes to Rur being gone, even though Pocket Cat was a creation of Rur.
See, on one hand, it's like, can we trust Pocket Cat to like be like?
Well, has Pocket Cat ever like explicitly lied to us?
The thing is though, we don't know how like how far Pocket Cat's power extends into like. I have no idea what's going on. We're just discussing lore. This is the lore stream now. I got so sidetracked. I just know I'm not gonna make any progress today. Talk to Perkel with persuasion skills. How do you explain that you don't need a rare circle to meet Rur? In the tower, there's a giant sigil on the elevator floor, but it's not required if you sleep. How do you explain that you don't need a rare circle to meet Rur? In the tower, there's a giant sigil. So are we sure that sleeping isn't just waking up?
For all we know, I would assume that because Preheval is Rur's playground right now, he has full control over whether you are in the Rur realm or not.
Hold on, I'm talking to Perkel right now. Well, the girl with the red shoes made us you all go to his realm, right? But I don't know. She kind of led us there, yeah. But we were
Wait.
already asleep.
Didn't she place like a sigil inside the train?
She placed a warding sigil though, the sigil that Marina uses to keep evil away, and that's probably why the train like isn't affected by evil or mind drain.
Maybe, but Honestly, that would make sense. Rur and Logic would not be on good terms with one another.
I was talking
Because
about
you
this
got
the other day that the sulfur cultists kind of like guard the teleelectroscopes to keep people out if you think about it. What do you find in the first bunker? Needles. What does he do when he sees a contestant go down to the bunker? He kills them. He kills Tanaka right in front of us. Who do we find in the other bunker with a teleelectroscope? Stitches. She's also a sulfur cultist. They both have the face paint of sulfur cultists. So we have two bunkers with a teleelectroscope being actively guarded by sulfur cultists.
so it kind of seems like sulfur cultists don't want Rur or Logic to succeed.
I mean, if
Sulfur
green keeps
cultists,
Thomas place, just means they can move to any state one time. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just read out loud.
it's fine. That's got me thinking about sulfur cultists, because now that you mention it, it is strange how Stitches and Needles are both in two of the locations of the telectroscopes.
The moon god Rur is gone. I apologize for such an unpoetic manner of speech, but what you see in the sky is just a barren stone floating slowly in space. The festival of Termina is Rur's doing, that much is true, yes, but those powers are but faint traces left of his existence. Rur, much like the other older gods, left this world a long time ago. You might still be able to harness some of their powers, but like the festival, it is just a faint voice from the past that grants you those gifts.
But are we sure about that? Because it's made me think of something else that I also brought up. So we know that ninth circle exists. I know I'm going back here. We need like a coin jar for every time I mention it.
The thing is, I haven't played Marina yet. I was supposed to play Bella and Marina like today, tomorrow, and that's just not happening.
Well, I'll school you on ninth circle. Do you got any questions before we begin the course?
I don't have any questions because I don't know what that is.
Ninth circle is a Vatican area for gifted children to commune with the old gods. Any questions?
Okay, keep going, keep going.
So when you save Somari as Marina, you're able to learn more about the Ninth Circle. She says that it was located basically in the basement under one of the areas of the Vatican, and that she, just like the other participants of Ninth Circle, were basically rotting away.
Mm-hmm.
And speaking to Somari as Marina, it also reveals that Somari herself is dying at a very quick rate.
Mm-hmm.
That's why whenever you go to the wiki and look up Somari, her face looks really old. And why it even looks really old whenever we see her image in Perkel's little screen. And it made me think. So it says that Ninth Circle was basically a failure because they weren't ever able to reach any of the old gods. But I don't think that's true because Somari is here and not there. And she has the ability to read minds, so I'm thinking that she linked with Rur, and that Rur is actively played a hand in getting Somari to the festival out of the Vatican.
The thing is though that Perkel just said that like the voices of Rur is still heard planning the Termina festivals. So it's like from that we can assume that like this festival isn't like made specifically for pre-evil. It's just like taken from a template that Rur made before.
I know,
If
but if it
that
was
makes
that,
sense, what I'm saying.
then he wouldn't have reached all the way to the Vatican. Because if he was like
The
not,
present.
because if he was gone, like the other old gods, Ninth Circle is a failure and basically a waste of time. But my point is
It's
that
all good,
since
bro.
Somri is here outside of Ninth Circle, someone had to take her out of there, and I'm thinking that was Rur. And if he was just going off a template for making the festival inside of Preheval, because that was the area selected, then he would have had no reach into the Vatican. Everyone else came to Preheval for their own reason. Somri came because of Rur.
Maybe that is evidence of their true strength, that even in their absence and in some cases deaths, their power still lingers in this world. Without consciousness behind those powers, their traces are nothing more than any other force of nature.
And that's the thing that's really confusing. Because Perkel just said without consciousness, they're just forces of nature. But obviously, with what we're seeing, with the example that I just pushed for summary, it doesn't feel like a force of nature. It feels like something much more planned and methodical. Because no force of nature would reach out to this one specific individual in Ninth Circle, knowing about their connection with another person coming for evil.
I just don't know enough about that whole scenario to like speak on it thoroughly.
It it just feels so strange because we also only meet Samari in person inside of the Ver dimension. And she, when you ask her what's going on here, she doesn't say anything. She looks at you like you're crazy. Like, haven't you noticed that whenever you go to save her?
You can't talk
You
to
can
her in
ask,
the train though. Like you can talk to her like if you save her, she's in the train.
I know, but like when you go to the Church of Almer day one morning, she's over there crying in the corner. You ask her what's going on here in the Ver realm, and she has nothing to say about that. She just looks at you like you're crazy. Like this is something normal for her, and it kind of pushes the idea that, and also the fact that she starts off with mind reading, that she is probably a dark priest apprentice that is that is specifically affiniated with Rur. And if Rur was still conscious, then it would explain why she's there
See, the
and how
thing is
she.
though that like she's kind of hysterical in that moment. If you ask her what's wrong and she just doesn't say anything to you and looks at you like you're crazy, it's probably because she just killed like Father Donovan and she was like still in shock over that whole situation.
Oh no, I calmed her down first, and then I asked what is going on here, and then it said that she looked around and then looked at you.
New God Hall says Perkel's a vermin, harvesting the remnants of old god powers for his own gains. It doesn't say just Perkel's a vermin, it says anybody who wears that face paint on their body or faces is a part of those vermins.
Oh no, not dark priests. We know that dark priests are monotheists. They worship all of the old gods. However, worship of Almer has recently become very. They've become very. What's the word? Worship of Almer, like, alone has become very popular. But dark priests have always been. Yes, I mean polytheists. They've always been polytheists, but Almer has gotten so popular that they kind of push the fact that they worship the other gods to the back.
Yeah, it's stated that pre-evil is kind of strange because they still worship the older gods like Grogoroth and Sylvian.
But also, Almer has like a very giant presence.
Yeah, even there, he has like a huge. He has his whole cathedral here.
And like even people from the Church of Almer worship other gods. Because we see that the decrepit priests also worship Venushka because they channel his powers.
Venushka was in the east, Grog in Abyssinia, then Sylvian, Almer, and Rur in Europa. Well, Almer was
Nope, it's
popular
kind.
in with everyone outside of the city and such. He's the main god. Yeah, he is by this point in time he is the main god. I think even by the first game he's the main god essentially.
By the first game, Almer is like on par with the rest of them, as worship of Grogoroth is like really popular,
That's what I thought. Yeah.
and like the only one that isn't really worshipped is the god of death. So in this game, it really is like the quote unquote Christianization of like everywhere. It's basically the Almerization.
Oh, you're right, Moth. If Osa studies in Europa, he can pick affinity for like different gods, but he only
If you
gets a
study,
selection of three, depending
oh
on like
no,
where he chooses
that's
to
not
study.
true. That's not true. If you choose to go study in Europa, you can choose any of the gods.
Any
It
of the
just says that
gods.
Almer is the most popular.
We're gonna have to check. Let me read
I
Kel's dialogue now. Hold on. That force is not there to help you, to harm you, or to be worshipped by you. It just exists. So
it
what is the
just
fun?
exists.
We can fact check that in a second, Moth. So what's the function of the festival if it lacks a greater purpose? We decided to give it one. We. speaking about his people, the vermin. The effect the moon has on
So,
people creates an ample opportunity to grow our ranks and shed bloodshed for our master. Maybe the three choices are only for Bibles. We will check in a sec. I just need to like get through all of
yeah,
Perkel's dialogue to like see what his deal is. For hundreds of years we have followed wherever the moon god took us, and we reaped his harvest instead. Living and breathing from the chaos that ensues. The queen of maggots. Of course we strive for the illustrious heights mentioned many times over, but to get there we must climb a mountain of slain sacrificial lambs. The three choices are for the Bibles. Oh yeah. You two had to join our ranks, but blood doesn't boil inside you quite the way we'd hoped.
wait a minute, I just realized something weird.
What's up? I have heroin withdrawal.
Perkel just said that he's the only one standing in your way.
Yep, because his people aren't here. He doesn't have his gang here.
I know, but it just feels strange that he says that he's the only one stopping you.
I mean, in essence, his people are scattered. We've even in the first game, we see that like some of his people were lost within the dungeons and turned to the
Well,
god of the depths and like fell to his influence.
well,
The
no,
the
that
scarabs that have the face paint of the sulfur cultists, but the scarabs are like attuned to the god of the depths, and then like needles and stitches who aren't like here present, but they were in the bunkers killing people.
I guess I'm just like drawing confusion where there shouldn't be any. Because when he says that he's the only one stopping you, it's as if he really believes that the moon god is dead.
Butler, Pocket Cat, and Alcultist work with him. Do you think so? Because I feel
I
like
don't think
I feel like Pocket Cat is like specifically very Rur aligned, and Perkel is like using Rur to his advantage. He's not aligned with Rur. He's just like using him to his advantage.
Perkel and Pocket Cat never interact.
The thing is though that Perkel kind of does like quote Pocket Cat when he asks about joy. He's like, "Hey, joy, have you ever felt like true joy?"
I know that, but it's strange that Pocket Cat never makes any like regard to Perkel. But Lady of Moon and Pocket Cat have quoted each other before. And even the the new gods say that Pocket Cat was a creation of Rur. And they also correctly recognize that Perkel is just a parasite.
I'm not gonna last too
Therefore,
long here because I have heroin withdrawal. I'm gonna talk to him though.
I have no reason to believe anything Perkel says.
Pocket Cat is actively becoming a merchant trading something other than kids. He has no reason to do that unless Perkel is using the avatar to debate him.
Wait, so you think that...
I'm reading off a moth right now.
No, I see it. I'm still in chat. So, Moth, you think that Perkel is tricking Pocket Cat? That would be an interesting hypothesis.
Wayne is saying that for me. What do you mean? I'm alt tabbed. I'm just keeping an eye out for you, Cylindrius. I'm just keeping an eye out. Butler has have half moon face malformation. Also, the museum guests are also stuck there eternally, making you think how many Termina festivals have happened. Let me go. I'm keeping an eye out. With my good eye. How do you have vision then? I have two of them. One for you, one for the game. Raquel's just a person, kind of like the mask.
I know, I can't trust Perkel one bit.
Sorry, not Raquel, Pocket Cat. Yeah, Pocket Cat's not like one individual person. It's like a
Yeah,
title.
Pocket Cat is kind of like a title. And also, does Pocket Cat's memory, like, transfer whenever he possesses someone?
I assume so.
Because, like, whenever we talk to Dan Pocket Cat, he still kind of acts like a normal Pocket Cat. Well, actually, no, he doesn't act like he is exactly like normal Pocket Cat. It's not like, oh yeah, it's Dan behind a mask, but I'm Pocket Cat. No, even when we read his mind, he still acts like Pocket Cat.
I assume it's just a case of like needing a new host every now and again. That's how he exists.
Well, I wouldn't say that's how he exists, that's how he furthers himself, because there could be multiple Pocket Cats, like, at the same time.
His old suit is in a Golden Gate secret room. See.
Oh yeah, I went to Pocket Cat's Pocket Kitten room.
What? Let's see.
Pocket Kitten.
Do I have any saves for the Sulfur God? I don't think I do.
Wayne, you have no clue how you have no clue how sad I was when I tried to go kill August and he was nowhere to be found.
There are multiple cats. It's in the Adventure Society. Whoops. I just don't know if I have a save file for the C ending.
Yeah, I would love
The
to see
Adventure
you
Club in
get the
South Park.
I would love to get you see I would love to watch you get the C ending and August just refuses to appear.
If you need August dead, you can just wait till like night 3 and he dies.
No, I'm trying to get the C ending.
Oh,
The issue is that now I have to go fight Moonless to make it happen. Because after you fight Moonless, he appears in like what is the area called?
which area?
It's like the Cavern of something.
I completely forgot. I know what you're talking about though.
It's Moonless's area.
Yeah.
Give me a moment, I'm gonna look it up.
I don't think I have a save for ending C. I think attack. Yeah, I don't think you can attack him in Moonless Caves either.
Nope, you can. He can be found at the cave area of the Foundations of Decay after the boss fight with the Moonless Beast.
Like just walking around?
No, he's standing there like a normal NPC.
I think that's in
Yeah.
day 3 though, morning. I think that's day 3 morning. I think you lock yourself out of ending B at that point. Ending C, I mean.
Yeah, no, right here it says that any time before... Yeah, day 3 morning can be found at the forest rune and shooting fecal hounds. And then for day 2 can be found at the cave area of the Foundations of Decay after the Moonless Beast fight. Morning can be found right below Dr. Capper's shop. Can be found in the deep woods, sitting next to the campfire. The issue is that day 2 morning, I went to go save... Well, no, I let Caligura kill Levi, and then I killed Caligura. I went to the area it said that August should spawn. He didn't appear. I have not been to the Foundations of Decay, because I haven't fought Moonless. I went to the deep woods. He wasn't there. The only way that I could make him show up at all is if I got crucified by the decrepit priest, and then I wouldn't even be able to kill him. Or going all the way to the White Bunker on day 1 to get him killed. And that's the issue. These 2 ways are just to make him appear. The only way to actually see him on day 2 is for him to appear and shoot a half-cooned man, defeat Moonless, or go to the deep woods and have him be there. He did not appear in the woods at all.
You really gotta plan around that if you're trying to do ending C. Because if you don't get him on day 2, I just don't think you can get him until day 3, and then you lock yourself out.
No, you can get him, you just have to go fight Moonless, and I have no idea how to do the puzzle.
Let me go read some books. I need to go read the Pocket Cat books because I haven't read those yet in this game.
Yeah, I think in the second book, like Pocket Cat directly asks you questions. One of the questions is very spicy, I will admit.
What is my lore looking like in this playthrough? Here we go. We have both books.
Oh, yay.
Just in the countryside, just north from the forest of Merwood. Best Pocket Cat book is the third one, The Return of the Pedo.
You know, I love how in the first game it's confirmed that he eats children. That sounds really bad out of context, doesn't it?
I mean, him eating children is not it's not the worst thing he does to children.
I mean, it's better than the other alternative.
And the other book is wait, hold on. Can you read these books? His mother would warn him of going outside. Rain brings forth all kinds of dangers not otherwise known to little boys. During downpour, decent boys should help their parents with various household chores instead. Being the pompous boy he was, Willem refused to give a helping hand. The consequences of such refusals were all too familiar to Willem. He gets sentenced to bed without dinner, and so he did. Thanks. No problem. It's story time. Crying under his blanket, bits of Willem's anger brought forth his reflection from a mirror on the wall. The boy from the mirror introduced himself as Melu, the sleeping twin brother of Willem that came to this world far too early, and thus he could only view the world from the land of opposites. Melu wanted to warn his brother of the coming calamity, but his words echoed from the land of opposites, and so they came out all wrong. Now his words encouraged Willem to join the coming adventure that was heading his way, heading fast. In fact, the adventure already squeezed itself through a small keyhole in the window frame. A large beetleman climbed in from the window. The beetleman was tall, taller than Willem's father, and rounder than his father as well.
So that's not Pocket Cat.
No, we've heard of this Beetleman before. I think he was in the first game's book too. The face of the Beetleman was obscured. He wore a similar mask Willem's grandfather had worn in the war to avoid gas from melting his eyes and burning his lungs. Turkillo. The Beetleman had an urgent mission for Willem. You see, the ancient kingdom Turkillo came from was under a serious threat, and Willem was the only boy who could help. Willem was a bit hesitant, but Turkillo was already forcing the boy out of from his bedroom window out to the rain. "We got no time for thinking," said Turkillo. The Beetleman showed the way with his lantern. Only Willem had trouble keeping up with the pace, as Turkillo flew fast and deep inside the Murwood, with his man-beetle wings. Turkillo's lantern got more distant, until Willem couldn't see it no more. Hopeless and now lost in the woods, he started crying, not unlike how small song thrush chicks cry and beg for their mother for food. And just like that, a giant song thrush grabbed Willem and took him to a treetop nest full of chicks fighting for their place in the world. Willem tried to beg for a tasty worm from the bird mother, but competition was fierce. Those chicks knew that to succeed in life you have to push the competition over nest boundaries. Willem tried to struggle, but ultimately fell off the nest. Just as he was about to meet his maker, Turkillo scooped by and grabbed Willem with his cold man beetle arms. Chicks?
So was that entire thing made by Pocket Cat?
Oh, you're right, Moth. The pterodactyls? The blight? What are the beetlemen? Honestly, I don't know. I think we've only heard the beetleman once, and it's just Turkillo.
Wait, so does that mean that...
Yeah.
That really makes it seem like Pocket Cat literally just, like, magicked Willow to the moon.
I mean, at this point, they're still like... No, you're right, actually. You're right.
Like, some illusion of his world on the moon.
If we're assuming the chicks are the pterodactyl blights.
Yeah, either it is Willow is in an illusion, or Willow has been put into a deep sleep. And he's
wasn't
dreaming. So he could be dreaming.
The Tale of Pocket Cat, Chapter 2. Turkillo scolded Willem for wandering off. When Willem tried to explain what had happened, that only aggravated the beetleman even more. To teach Willem a lesson, Turkillo kept pushing Willem deeper to the forest with his freakish man-beetle strength. Willem slid down a muddy hill and found himself on a large opening in the forest. In the middle of that opening, two giant baby-faced blindworms were caught in a wrestling match. The two poor bastards fought each other with all they got. They bit each other, clawed each other, all while crying and wallowing loudly. Turkillo yelled from above that this is the nature of men, and just like those song thrush chicks from earlier, this would be Willem's future once he grew up to become an adult. Humans were ruthless in their pursuit for riches and wealth. Did Willem really want to take part in such fierce competition? While the two talked, the other, the more ugly-faced blindworm, had bested the other. Hungry for more devastation, the thing set its eyes on Willem.
How
It
did
gave
it set
Willem
it?
a desperate chase. Turkillo just flew away cackling. This is what you wanted, right? Willem ran to a nearby thicket in hopes that the blindworm couldn't fit in there. Instead, the beast thrusted itself past broken branches with ferocious force. The mirror behind the throne shows the void, so Milu's in the mirror world. I'm not sure how Turkillo brought you to the other side. Turkillo only appears in the Pocket Cat books. Pocket Cat is aligned with Rur. If we're assuming Rur has like a very strong connection to the void, and Turkillo is like by proxy also associated with Rur, that might just be why. Also, like Panda said, this could be a dream. And we know Rur
Yeah.
operates through dreams as well.
I'm thinking that this is like a Pocket Cat-induced dream.
Fat from eating his other baby-faced blindworm sibling, one particularly sharp branch punctured the belly of the beast, and from within hundreds of small, blindworm babies spilled all over the place. The little worms started wrestling and devouring each other the moment they landed on the ground. Willem realized this is how the giant baby-faced blindworms got so big to begin with. They kept eating each other until only one remained. For now, it seemed like Willem was safe. It was not yet his turn to devour or be devoured. For some reason, he did not feel comfortable though. It felt like someone or something was keenly watching his every move. He heard faint panting and rustling of leaves. Then he noticed them, a pair of glowing eyes staring right at him from the darkness of shrubs and leaves. Willem did not like how the stare felt, panicked and ran to the opposite direction. Little did Willem know at the time, but what followed his every move from behind the bush was the tall cat, Pocket Cat himself. The rest of the text is unintelligible and smudged over. It looks like someone didn't want you to read any further for whatever reason. We got the
So
jazz at the reading.
So there's actually a third thing that could be. It could be a bit of like Rur's illusions sprinkled into like the real world. You know, kind of like daydreaming.
Mott said could Turkillo be the janitor? That's interesting.
Isn't it like reference that when you beat the janitor's dead body, his eyes are like a beetle bulging?
I can check. That's an interesting thought, Moth. Let me check actually. We're gonna do more story time in a second, Cylindrius. Hold on. We're gonna get the jazz in the books. It's gonna be so nice.
Although I am disappointed that this isn't like the original Pocket Cat books.
We can go back and read them in the Fear and Hunger one. Cause I still have my saves from that game too.
Oh yes, because in the first game, Pocket Cat asks if you want to sleep with him. He asks you directly.
Oh, he does. He does.
Yes, he does.
I remember that. It was just a reference to a Finnish carrion beetle. He brought the kid out to be killed so he can eat them. We're getting the real life lore from Neo here.
Oh. I know nothing about Beetle.
We're gonna go check the dialogue on Janitor though.
Well, Cylindrius. If you agree to Pocket Cat's terms, the hand wouldn't have to stay in the pocket.
I don't think anyone wants to agree to Pocket Cat's terms.
I do.
Excuse me?
You've heard me.
I mean, I guess if you're into that. He's tall, I guess.
He's very tall, and he's also probably very fluffy.
Dead by all measures. No special dialogue. Maybe if you diagnosed him with Dan. You can make him some clauses with the contract. Yeah, hold on. I still have my Dan saves too.
I mean, we know that Pocket Cat has a very fluffy chest. As weird as that sounds.
I diagnose him with dead.
I mean, that's like half the things Dan says.
Honestly, yeah.
You diagnose literally any contestant that is dead.
If Dan becomes Pocket Cat, does that mean Pocket Cat defies time and Dan Pocket Cat is the one in Fear and Hunger 1?
Nope.
No, because we can see when Dan becomes Pocket Cat because Pocket Cat gets the checkered pants. So he
Yep.
like it's literally the same human just mutated by the Pocket Cat mask.
And also, Pocket Cat 1 had a wooden mask.
Yeah, it was a wooden mask before.
Probably because... But then again, it's weird because... you're gonna hate me for mentioning this. In Dungeon Knights mode, it's it's rubber and purple.
Oh yeah, no, that was weird.
And also, even in the Pocket Cat books from the first game, it doesn't show the wooden mask. It shows, like, the purple rubbery mask.
Does Pocket Cat age? I assume so, because
Mm,
otherwise, why would he need to like continue switching bodies?
Probably for convenience. Because why would he have to switch from his current body to Dan?
I even have medical diagnosis on this, Dan. So I
You
assume
don't.
the. Give me 1 second. I assume the reason that what was it saying? Pocket Cat age. Medical diagnosis? Nope. I have to start a new Dan save. Hold on.
Oh no, in the first game and the second game, he still has that, like, chest tuft. Also, am I the only one that wants to see Pocket Cat, like, when he was first created as, like, a pocket kitten?
I'm not sure that was ever a thing, but okay.
Well, still, we can see Pocket Cat's room, and it looks like a room for a baby. Even if you talk to your, like, party members, they're like, is this a children's room?
What is it saying though? Right. So the Lady of the Moon is kind of like this weird creature. It's not really like human, and we only ever see her interacting with us out like coming out of the green hue. On the other hand, we see Pocket Cat is able to like completely interact with the real world to like his heart's content. He can go out, he can go to the city, he can eat kids. We see the posters in Rondon talking about how like there's 15 missing kids in that city alone. So maybe it's the fact maybe there's a trade-off here. Pocket Cat can like
Maybe...
openly interact physically with the world, whereas other people and servants can't. But on the other hand, he has to like continue to find new hosts.
I was about to say, maybe that was something that Rur got wrong with. Maybe Rur made Lady of Moon first, and she couldn't easily interact with the world. And that's when he made Pocket Cat out of a human vessel. And that's why blank soul people are the ones that get possessed.
Maybe Rur controls reality itself. So what I'm thinking, my theory is that I'm like the void is Rur, right? Like that's the surface of the moon. That's what I was thinking. And so Rur is the surface of the moon, and in that sense, Rur is kind of like because the void contains the green hue, and assuming Rur is the void, Rur contains the green hue. So in a way, Rur is kind of like the mother of the gods. I know Rur is like a male entity, but you know, I'm thinking
Also,
that like,
Moth...
oh my bad, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm about to address Moth's other thing where he says Lady of Moon is weird to me. Only Sylvian should be able to heal. Um, well, we already know from this game that Rur can restore lost limbs.
Rur can restore lost limbs. That's Sylvian.
No, like,
Oh, Rur
remember,
can. No, you're right. But that is in the dream. That's in the dream though.
Yeah, but you can also still go to the dream and get your legs chopped off and not get them healed if you go to the Rur dimension. And you can go there later on. And Rur, I'm pretty sure Rur can just do it anyway.
But yeah, he does. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Moth. That like Rur is where like old gods come from.
Well, also think Rur, in his skin Bible, is not, like, labeled as an old god straight off. He's labeled as a primordial
Yeah,
entity.
one of the two primordial entities. Him and assumedly like the sun god. Or
And
maybe it might be the sulfur god. Maybe it's like a separate entity, the sun god.
I'm thinking that the sun god is its own entity, and the sulfur god is, like, the entity born from the sun god's remains and Almer's hatred. So they would not be the same person, but they come from the same place.
How do I get medical diagnosis on Dan?
Here, give me a moment, I'll look it up. It's a good thing Dan is like one of my starred pages. You need medical diagnosis?
Yeah, to diagnose the
Sorry,
old boy
you're
janitor.
sorry. Sorry, you're gonna have to go to Golden Gates. You're gonna have to go grab Golden Gates and then go
And
back.
he has to go to
I
medical
mean,
school.
just grab a save where you killed Dan and already have Golden Gates.
Funny of you to assume I learned Golden Gates.
Wait, didn't I tell you how much I hate Golden Gates now that I've used it?
Mm-hmm.
I just I don't like it. You can't do Church of Almer or the White Mold Apartment through Golden Gates. You can only do the orphanage.
I love Gates. I'd live there. Okay. Keep chat entertained, Panda. Say funny things. I have to go use the bathroom again. The headphones are already off. I can't hear you.
Okay,
There's no choice here. I'm sorry.
okay, fantastic. So, Moth, do you wish to discuss um Dan's unique choice of furry? I have no clue what I'm saying. So obviously Pocket Cat. What would you rate him out of 10?
Okay, I'm here. What's going on? I'm back. I've returned.
I asked them what they would rate Pocket Cat out of 10.
I think his furry side came from a Sylvian background. Pocket Cat just exploits that as a soft where he's a 10. Pocket
I
Cat is a person
mean,
of interest.
Pocket Cat is like a pure, at least, an 11.
Are you asking me if I would smash Pocket Cat?
No, I'm asking if you would get smashed by Pocket Cat. There's a very big difference.
There is a very big difference. Two different answers to
Pocket
those questions.
Pocket Cat definitely does not radiate bottom.
I don't know. Are you
No,
sure?
yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Let's talk
You
about the
see the
lore
way,
implications of Pocket Cat being a top. What does this say about the lore? Oh yeah, he does.
yeah, Pocket Cat does not radiate bottom.
Not quite sure about that.
I mean,
He's
even
always
though
asking for like your validation. He's always like, "What do you think? What's your opinion on?" He's always asking for
I know, but
validation
even if you tell him you love him, he's like, "Oh, you're a liar."
when he's on top
And
of
he's like,
damage. Okay, let me go back to story time. It's story time. We're reading.
"Oh
Jazz
no,
music and
wait.
reading.
Oh wait, should I also mention that in the Tales of Pocket Cat 2 from the original game it says that a gay man turned into Pocket Cat?"
Did it?
It did. Willem was looking at what he called an exceptionally gay man.
That word meant a different thing in like the olden times though.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm
Almers
pretty
can invite me.
sure. What do we think we're gonna find some hidden lore in there?
Maybe. Almer the Ascended one of two human-born gods known to this day. Homosexual.
Homosexual?
There are two stories of the origins of Almer. The more common story speaks of a human born from a virgin mother, a mere mortal that had humble origins, but one that quickly rose to prominence because of his teachings. Unlike the warring kings and sultans of the time, Almer's ideal world united people of all different religions and ideologies under one umbrella. Oh no, Elton John becoming Pocket Cat. The powers of the time wouldn't stand up for this and quickly had him arrested, sentenced for public humiliation and eventual death on a cross. This only served Almer's purpose, making him a martyr, and the pain he went through pushed him over the edge to his ascension to true godhood.
This is where I find issue.
Well, I'm pretty sure this is presented as like the false story. After his
I'm pretty.
ascension, Almer returned to avenge his death. The bloodbath that ensued shook the world order and demolished the worship new gods of the time had been enjoying. The other
So
version of Almer's origins. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just I never read that part. That Almer came back and killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, because that's what I was telling you about.
Wait, so does that mean that he went to Mahabri and killed people?
No, he came back to like the because the kings and sultans of the time. I'm assuming he's like talking about more than just kings and sultans within Mahavre, because only the new gods rule within Mahavre at this point in time, and they're just
But
called the new
it's
gods.
but it's strange that I don't think Almer ascended the way that the story says.
Yeah, this is presented as false. Here we go. The other version of Almer's origins tells how Sylvian, the older god of fertility, ordered a deity known as Vitruvia to create an architectural reprography of a man and a woman that would be to the likeness of Sylvian herself. Vitruvia, being a master architect, did just that. Sylvian fell in love with the result. She went on and created the mankind according to Vitruvia's drawings. At first, Vitruvia was amazed by the life Sylvian managed to usher into her designs. However, over time, Vitruvia started to see small imperfections here and there. Nothing bothered her more than the idea that her designs were anything but perfect. But she set out to create the perfect human being, the pinnacle of man's potential. This being was born on the year nil, and he is the one known as Almer today. On the surface levels, these stories don't contradict each other with themselves too much, but at an ideological level, there are interesting differences. The other story tells how a mortal everyday man rose to rival the power of older gods, while the other story makes Almer just one more creation of the higher powers. The truth might lie somewhere in between these stories if you'd ask me. Note this is written by
So
Enki. We can trust Enki's word.
yeah, I trust Inky's word, but it also brings up an interesting question
What was that?
as to how did he achieve ascension without an older god sacrifice? But then again, Inky wouldn't know if Almer did anything of the sort.
See, within the second story, it stated that he's just a creation of the older gods. Like, the older gods
But can an
essentially
old
designed a new older god.
but can they do that?
Well, the second story seems to say so. But Enki believes that the true ascension of Almer is like a mix between the stories.
But then again, like Sylvian and Grogeroth boinked and they made an old god out of a pine cone.
Exactly. Podcast himself. I wonder if that's an inclusive or Zethus. Because in the first game, the story basically has you as the MC, and he talks about the time you spent together and how you made love under the moon and the stars.
Oh my goodness. Vitruvi is a new god. I'm sorry, what?
How do you know someone didn't edit this, though? That is true. But then
Okay,
again, we know this wasn't edited because it questions the teachings of the church.
yeah, the
And-
church wouldn't have allowed that.
Yeah. If it was edited, we wouldn't have gotten the second story.
I'm pretty sure the only reason. Actually, wait, why would they edit the Venushka one?
Because it tells about how man was able to kill an old god.
Oh, that makes sense.
Are you sure Vitruvia is Are you sure Vitruvia is a new god?
Vitruvia kind of sounds like she was around during the same time as like the old gods before humanity was made. Actually, that's exactly what it sounds like. New gods were made from mortals, and Vitruvia was around before mortals. Therefore, Vitruvia can't be a new god.
Yeah, there you go. Because she designed the gods. She designed the mortals, I mean. She designed humans. Vitruvia did.
Vitruvia is probably just like not an old god, but some other deity. Because she was referenced as a deity and not an old god or a new god.
And we had the new gods name dropped in the Almer Bible.
Who knows? Vitruvia might have been like a creation of Sylvian.
Okay, so it's very deliberate that they called her a deity and not a new god or an old god. Because they did say that they name dropped both older gods and they name dropped new gods. Sylvian made the soul of Almer. Yes.
And my thinking is that probably Vitruvia was like one of Sylvian's minions. Because Sylvian and Vitruvius seem to work in very similar aspects.
I thought Vitruvius spells are dance skills.
Vitruvia, she doesn't have any spells. Dan just makes like medical
They do
organ
name drop
sacrifice.
Vitruvia though.
Yeah, they do, but it says like making a sacrifice to Vitruvia to cure ailments.
See, but those are still like classified as Sylvian spells, so you might have like the right idea about it being a about.
Yeah, no, they're
No,
not
actually, they're not Sylvian
classified.
spells. They
They're
come
just
from
skills.
yeah, they come from his skills. Sacrifice and Nitra Vituvia, originally created by the Virgin Mages. Yeah, you're right. You're right. That was my bad.
Yes. He is doing things in the name of Vitruvia to get things done.
And we don't have any new god spells aside from like
Logic.
Chain of Torments. Logic is an older god powered being. We don't consider her a new god.
Wait, what? Why is she considered a new god?
Who Logic?
Yeah, why is she considered an old god?
She's an old god powered being.
Powered by who?
No, old god powered, like she's on their tier.
Oh, I thought it was like, oh,
Like powered by an
yeah,
old god.
yes.
No. Those are his soul spells. See, if it's a soul, it's a new god, right?
Uh,
Does that carry?
not necessarily, because originally Greater Blood Magic was an enlightenment spell, but in this game it's a radiating spell. Can I even draw that connection?
Hold on. Let's see here.
I mean, you're not wrong, but it doesn't take a new god to learn how to persuade someone.
The thing is, it's strange because it's like none of the other
Technically,
skills name drop their gods, you know? They're not
yeah,
like
none of them.
feel the hunger of the tormented one and devour your foes.
The only thing that would make sense is if Vitruvia is like regarded in like the medical industry. Don't you think? If Vitruvia is regarded in the medical industry, then it would make sense as to why she's name dropped in the doctor's skills.
Masturbation isn't a divine privilege. Dude, imagine. Nobody else but radiating ones can beat it.
Wait, that also brings up, why in the world did Greater Blood Magic become a radiating skill?
Where do you see that, by the way?
It's not officially dropped
Yeah, it's
yet,
not officially, but you were saying, I know because
but it's
you've read
going to.
Samari's.
I know it's going to be one of Samari's skills coming up, and so that leads me to believe that the skills they can learn aren't connected to their soul, and that this here is just a gameplay mechanic.
I thought the god of medicine has always been a lesser deity. It is for Greek pantheon. Honestly, you can probably assume so.
Honestly, that's what I assumed why that Vitruvia was a creation of Sylvian, and she was just like lesser deity of medicine.
Oh, you know what disproves that? Like these aren't like you, because what's it called? Olivia can just learn short circuitry. Also,
Yes.
like
So these are more of like natural things that these soul types could learn.
wrench toss, the divine skill of wrench toss passed down through the generations.
Yeah, so these seem more like things that are just there to fill out the hexen.
Are you telling me you don't remember the ancient religious story of the caressing one and their wrench toss or their short circuitry?
Listen, can you tell me about the... Actually, wait a minute, never mind. We have the radiating one that you can summon out of the blood pit. He definitely looks like he pounds. Let's see, what does the radiating one look like again?
He's like kind of covered in like bandages or belts. Very pale. He looks almost like a ghoul in skin color.
Sounds like my type of man. Yeah, I'll send you an image of the radiating one. It's very small.
Yeah, because we only have a sprite, I think.
Yeah, he's sitting in sort of like that sexy, like paint me one of your French girl poses.
Poor Marco. No arms and one leg. You hate to
Yeah,
see
there
it.
you go. I sent it to you.
Sent it to me.
You can show stream this like prime specimen of a man.
Look at that. Let me zoom in.
You have to zoom in very far.
He's got like what are they called? Gauges, I think, on his earlobes.
Oh no, that kind of just looks like a big earring because the positioning of his ear would be very off. It looks like a big hoop earring.
Are you sure? I see like the skin like kind of wrapping around it is the thing.
Well,
I
no,
guess it's
because
because his skin is just like a very similar color to what might be silver.
yeah, because like you can see like the shape of his ear, and then this. It would have meant that his ear was twisted.
To
But
me,
yeah,
skills and arts have always been a thing with new gods, but maybe Truvy is different because skills requires mind. So maybe that's a clue. New god skills don't require mind, right? Chains of Torment requires mind, does it not?
yes, it
Chains of
does.
Torment is a new god skill.
Yes, it
Very
requires a lot
exclusive.
of mind actually. I'm pretty sure in this game it costs like 80 mind. But yes, that was quite the fine specimen of a man.
I don't think souls
Don't
necessarily like mean what skills or the skills are associated with like the new god, but they're associated with the personality traits of the new god. Well, maybe the
yeah,
unit
because
should mind their own business.
like obviously we can tell that
Mhm.
obviously we can tell that souls like kind of predispose someone to a certain personality type. Although for a, for a Bella, her personality type is very strange, considering the name of her soul.
The caressing one.
The caressing soul, yet she's very not caressing.
I don't know about that. Like she takes care of her family. She like goes through extra lengths to like make sure everybody in her home country is okay.
Wait a minute, does anyone here actually not fit that type then? Because other than Abella, you have convinced me that Abella fits the type. Does anyone here not fit their personality type if it
Latent
was their
soul.
soul?
Potential.
Latent soul, Latent
Tanaka
soul definitely
eventually. Yeah, Tanaka fits.
it definitely fits Tanaka because he's a very everyman kind of guy.
Marco is the what was he? Like it was like guilty soul, something like that. What
Nope,
was it?
there is no guilty soul.
No, I
Give
just
me a
don't know the
moment.
exact word for a Marco soul.
Give me a minute.
She's the strong.
I'll
Yeah, she's the
figure it
strong
out.
big sis figure, big sister figure.
Let's see. I have to go to Termina skills because it lists everyone's souls. So you said Marco?
Yeah,
Marco is a tainted soul.
tainted soul. Oh, one thing I like pointed out a few streams back, there is no dominating soul in this game, which is strange.
I don't think it's that strange.
I mean, it's like if you look at the souls of the old gods, not the old gods, the new gods, the endless soul, the tormented soul, and the enlightened soul are like especially brighter than the other souls. And the
Oh
dominating
wait,
soul is just not here.
can you show me it? Because I don't see it.
Let me. I might have to see a new save. Who can I kill really quick?
All of them are already. Oh wait. Wait a minute, I can just look it up on the wiki.
What if they just aren't born during that month? I guess so. It is a zodiac thing. We do have to remember that.
Although it is very strange that everyone here is a unique soul.
I think Olivia's sister has the radiating soul, does she not? Rayla, the
Uh,
person who becomes logic.
yeah, I know her name.
Unlike Caligula, he didn't like his job, so he wasn't decrepit. Oh,
Yeah, she
you're
has
right.
a radiating soul.
Yeah, so we have like some matching souls here, and we don't know like what like NPCs' souls are.
But yeah, I think everyone here kind of fits their soul. The only one
Samaria is
that doesn't
radiating.
make
You can go ahead. I was talking
uh
to chat. My bad.
from for a moment I thought you were quoting me whenever I was like, "Oh yeah, she's radiating. Can't you see?"
Olivia has the useless soul. NPC?
Shadowed soul.
Yeah, like we find Marina's father. Like we don't know what soul he has. Father
We only
Hugo,
know
stuff like that.
no Father Domek.
No, I'm just saying like so I was comma.
Oh, I
Like
thought
Marina's father, comma, Father Hugo.
you just need to say comma whenever you talk.
My bad.
But yeah, say also obviously the most useless skill tree on this hexen is Almer. Like no cap, Almer has the most useless skills.
I'd say he has like the most useful like overworld ability though.
Most
Piece it
useful
together.
overworld ability. You mean the skin Bible?
The blood portal.
Yeah, the skin Bible.
Bibble. The bibble.
I remember the time where I spent all of my Almer affinity to get Inverse Crown of Thorns.
have you seen Longinus by the way?
Yes, I have seen it.
Ulmer's okay with the no saw with white spice. Hmm.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I have Circle Spear, which is better than Blood Sword.
What does white spice do? It lets you cast a spell before like battle. It lets you cast a
Although,
spell freely at the very first turn.
be very careful with that because sometimes for certain enemies,
It does glitch them
it'll
out.
let them immediately take a turn.
Please fix the spaghetti code. Like Blood Golem? Yeah, exactly. Like you can cast it for free at the very beginning of the battle.
Although, be careful if you choose to use it with flesh puppetry because you can actually miss. You can miss flesh
I know,
puppetry
that
on
annoyed me
yourself.
so much. I still want to think there will be still some sort of pilgrimage to make Crown useful in the future. Honestly, I thought Inverse Crown of Thorns was the reason I got Longinus. I feel like that would make sense. Like you use Crown of Thorns and you can use Longinus in the next playthrough.
But Longinus canonically is Sulfur God's skill.
Sulfur God is just the other side to the coin of Ulmer though.
Yes. Do you know how to worship the Sulfur God?
From what we've seen, there's human sacrifice involved.
Yes, but the same goes for Ulmer, is human sacrifice. Do you know what differentiates the two?
The nice picture they draw on the floor when they do it.
Absolutely not.
Crown of Thorns is
If the sacrifice is willing, it is in the name of Ulmer. If it is not, it is in the name of Sulfur.
Ooh, that's interesting.
I took like a full 3 seconds to remember the name.
I found out how to use Crown of Thorns. You need to get the logic without saving, use it to activate its ability. Okay, Neo.
Okay, give me one.
Yeah.
I'll go load up the game now, do an Olivia wheelchairless run, and get all the way to logic.
I think Raccoon is speedrunning ending A. We can ask him. Wait, it's true? Well, now I gotta do it. It's on Cylindrius' good word. I'll lose all trust in Cylindrius if this isn't true. I'll be so heartbroken. I'll cry
Hey,
myself to sleep.
Hey, scroll down. What skills do you have even unlocked?
At this point, I should have every soul.
Oh my goodness, you're missing the most crucial skill.
Red Arc.
No, not Red Arc.
Masturbate.
Yes.
Imagine Wayne trusting me.
The most important skill.
See, my method is more convincing.
Although I do find it hilarious that getting needled by needles has a very unique animation in comparison to the actual animation of masturbation.
Because I don't think you masturbate with needles. I think you just like get ghost orgasmitis.
Oh no, you do. Like the ghost, you sit down and the ghost like spreads your legs and then the normal animation plays.
Oh, is that the animation?
Yes.
I stretched for you, Jesus. Are you happy? He didn't learn it because he has no arms to do it. Oh, you're right. Poor Marco. He can do it with this one foot. If he's flexible enough.
He must be very flexible.
He's a boxer. He might be. You never know.
He could also like. It didn't say if it was oral or not.
Huh? Hold on. Wait. Huh? Wait.
Wha-
Just back
what?
up. Say again. I don't think I heard you right.
I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, the skill doesn't mention if it's like dry or not.
This is the lower stream. Hold on. Let's back up. Let's take 2 steps back. We took a wrong turn somewhere.
We took a wrong turn when discussing sulfur.
Listen, what's the lore behind wrench toss?
You see, the caressing one from like the year nil threw a wrench at the heartless one and instantly exploded.
Get vermin speak? It's like day 3 though. I'm not sure if I'll be able to use it too much. I mean, I can still run around the map, I guess. Get vermin speak. I can't run though.
You know, with vermin speak, you should be able to talk to Perkeel a bit more.
Does he actually?
I mean,
Throwest your thickest wrenches. And so it was said by Almer, our lord. Throw your thickest wrenches. And thus the caressing one did. Amen. Oh no.
okay,
I'll
so
just
a
leave that to
very
no commentary.
You know, I'm going to say this. The Joy Mask is completely useless, and I hate it.
Amen. Thank you, Cylindrius.
When I did my OSA run, where I chose Affinity, I decided to go look at Pocket Kitten's room,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got the mask, and I gave it to the guy. And you want to know what he gives you?
What does he give you?
Absolutely nothing. You want to know what you have to do to be able to go there?
What?
You have to search the desk 11 times.
11 times.
Yes.
Why?
Why do
Which
you have to
desk?
search? Let give me a moment. I have to check. Let's see. The desk that you have to check
Where do you get Noctoid
is
Necklace Moth?
ah. Okay. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Ah.
Because going back to
Okay.
like
So
gods. Oh, go ahead.
when you get to the office where it gives you the option to search the desk, search the body, or return to the library,
Oh, and his
search
text
search
adventure?
the desk. Yes, search the desk. Don't kick it, and just continue to search it. That way you don't trigger the dead body, and then you can search the body for the prison keys.
Let me open the last cold one. It should be like, what's the word? It should be closed now. That was my last cold one. Ready your ears for the
I'm
cold one
getting
ASMR.
oh.
Wow. That was the last
Oh
cold one. I only
wait.
had 3 in my fridge.
Wayne, can I make a prediction?
Hmm. Go ahead.
I'm gonna DM Slendrius because I'm not a mod.
Such amazing. Much fizz. It did have a lot of fizz. I'm out of cherry cokes, so I have to drink regular coke. Like a pleb.
Okay, Slendrius, I trust you. Make it happen.
I'm, I'm a little scared.
You better be.
I better be.
Yep.
Is that a threat?
No, it's not a threat, it's a promise.
You better keep your promises. Promises are important.
Oh, trust.
Hmm.
If I could do it myself, I would.
What does that mean? What did she
Well,
mean by that?
only mods can make predictions.
Oh.
So I had to message Cylindrius to make them do it.
Oh, I got you. What is he saying? I was saying a thing. Oh. About like old gods and new gods and deities. I think there is just like a separate group that's not old gods or new gods, but still religious figures. I tried mind reading the woman in the deep woods. The woman in the deep woods. Try to
The woman
approach the
in the deep woods.
deep forest secret pit tribesman while wearing white mask. Or go to museum while wearing white mask. Okay, that sounds like an adventure for tomorrow. Or actually, I'm not really doing anything right now, am I?
I mean, you're kind of like,
I'm
what did you
wandering.
even plan? What did you plan on originally doing?
I was just planning on chilling and getting lore, playing through it with a Bella, like talking to people.
I thought you were gonna play Osa.
I played Osa because we had a little mishap. I don't know how to price channel points correctly, apparently. I didn't know people had thousands of channel points saved.
I mean, what else are we supposed to spend our channel points on?
That didn't occur to me, okay? Okay, so I have the rare Bible on Osa, so I can probably just rush mind read.
Yeah. I thought Samari's mind read was really cool. Like, if you mind read Marina, it's pretty boring, but the second you mind read Samari, it's like, oh, she noticed me. How? Wait, that makes me wonder, can you mind read Samari through the train window?
I forgot to equip my knife.
Oh my god. Why do you keep...
Have a dream. Have a dream that I can win this fight regardless. I select the facehugger of Woodsman in the PNG and redeem Shokak. I believe in the dream. Get him. It was not to be. And then make
Hey,
the PNG
at
visible
least you...
before redeem that.
At least you still have one arm.
Tomorrow
Just
mind read.
imagine...
You need to go masturbate to Mariner right now.
Oh wait, Nollister just said something as you were getting your legs cut off.
Oh yeah, he was like, serves you right.
Oh, is he saying that to us?
Yeah.
Oh, also, did you watch what I did to Marina and Dan earlier?
What did you do to them? Was your mic
So,
on during the stream? Because I couldn't hear you.
it was. So, I recruited Marina by going to the bookstore and telling her I was going to church.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, I really don't want to fight Marina, so you know what I'm gonna do instead?
Mm.
I'm gonna do a little experiment. I'm gonna cut both her arms and her legs off.
Wait, why?
And because that instantly kills them. It removed Marina from my party, and she was just laying on the ground. And it was like, oh, Marina is in a state of shock because she's lost all of her limbs.
Rude.
And you can be like, oh, Marina, I'll go get help, or I'm sorry, I can't do anything, or I'm sorry this had to happen, or you can say
I
nothing. And each time you say it, she's like, help me, please.
don't think I should be laughing. That's messed up.
And then I went to go recruit Dan, and I did the same thing to him. And you want to know what he said?
Merida went full nugget. What did he say?
He didn't say anything. If anything, the text showed for him was like he was trying to like calm his breathing and slow it down, so he wouldn't die.
He's kind of disappointed in himself that as a doctor he let you cut off all four of his limbs.
I I even said that shouldn't be allowed to happen. They should at least try to like fight back if I try to cut their final limb off.
I mean, I guess the game is assuming goodwill from the player.
I know, but I would at least like a dialogue option. Like, oh hey, why are you trying to cut my leg off? I only have one leg left. And it's like, oh, you see, you have an infection. And like if you're Dan, they're like, oh, I trust you. But like if you're anyone else and you do not have Dan's skills, they're like, how about I run away?
And the 12k redeemed softball, I can stop you from sprinting. Oh no. I'll make it
Yeah, no,
happen
I'm
though.
next literally next tomorrow I'm going to play as Olivia And the way I'm going to kill everyone that you can recruit is I'm going to recruit them and saw all of their limbs off. And do you want to know the bad thing about that?
What's the bad?
You don't get their soul and you don't get their head.
Do
Look
they
at you.
actually die? Because
Yes, they die.
you were saying they were in like states of shock.
Yeah, they're in stage of shock. I was able to walk out of the White Mold Apartments, leaving Dan there in a state of shock. I went to bed.
Hello? You went to bed. Is the stream still up? Hold on. It's testing. Stream still up. Hold on. It's testing. Stream still up. Yep.
Stream is not.
Hello? Hello? You're making... I'm taking notes here, Moth. I'm taking notes. You're coming up with all these good ideas. Panda. Panda. Are you here?
Yes, something happened.
I don't think it was on my end.
I thought it was on your end.
No, stream was still running. I refreshed the page and everything. Okay, I'm taking notes though, Moth. I'm taking notes. You're coming up with some good ideas right now. Some good ideas to make me suffer. Thing is though, I'm not sure how long I'm gonna keep playing Termina because at some I don't want to like bore people, you know, by just playing Termina. Oh no.
Oh, yes, the
Would
poll!
Wayne bottom for Pocket Cat? Hell nah. Pocket Cat's the bottom. Cylindrius. How could you do this to me? This is
Andrea,
it's only a betrayal if you don't vote for anything but yes. If you vote yes, it's a betrayal. Otherwise, let me see these results. Ooh. The odds are in my favor.
Ooh, it's split now. Oh,
It's still 3-3. It's still 3-3. I'm
nope,
not
it's
losing yet.
but overwhelmingly.
Hell, listen. Preferably, I would like it if people voted hell no, but I'll take Pocket Cat as the bottom.
Obviously 90,000% yeah.
Listen.
That was the winner.
It was 50-50 between am I the bottom or is Pocket Cat the bottom.
One of them just suggests that you're both switches.
One of them suggests that I'm the top. The other one suggests that I wouldn't be the bottom. I mean, you're Pocket Cat according to. Actually, you're right. Go look at the wiki. Have you seen the wiki, Panda?
Yes, I have. However, we all know who the true Pocket Cat is.
It's me. You're
It's
always the
Dan.
bottom here. You got me there, dummy. You got me there. I don't win this situation, I suppose.
Wait a minute. Is this question technically self-cessed then?
At that point, would it just be masturbation?
Well, that depends. You said that there could be multiple Pocket Cats. So therefore, it's just like one massive ball of Pocket Cats.
But they're all me at the end of the day. Wayne only needs the head of Pocket Cat. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? My poor innocent ears. My poor innocent eyes. Let me talk to you.
Listen, how about you just give me Pocket Cat and we can... Oh my goodness, what is this?
We found young Pocket Cat.
I
Look
need
at
to
him.
look at this.
It's Pocket Kitten from a better time. Oh no, there's another poll. Does Pocket Cat keep his hands in his pocket? Where else? Jax,
Okay,
how are you doing today?
I sent the image to someone, and if they do not respond with Pocket... Oh my god, they responded correctly.
What am I doing? I'm getting chalk. I need chalk.
Oh yeah, you also forgot to go get the white key.
That's the whole text adventure, though, isn't it?
Yep.
uh,
And then it's being on the same screen 11 times. Also, I love how the zombie archaeologist encounter is completely useless.
oh, dude,
And do you
strep throat sucks. I get it like once a year, and it's the worst.
want to know why
Why?
zombie archaeologist is useless? So
Why?
you can cast hurting on it, win the coin flip, and it doesn't do anything.
Like you don't get anything out of it, or he just lives.
It lives.
Okay, you're gonna have to guide me through this just to make sure we get it on the first try.
Oh my goodness, why do I have to do it? Your affinity with the rur.
You used to get it multiple times this year as a kid. It's been a few years. Different as someone entering proper adultiness. Dude, having to like, oh, it sucked because when I got it like last year, it was the beginning of classes. So for the first 2 weeks of class, I just couldn't talk. So I couldn't. I missed the chance to introduce myself to anybody because all that would come out would be like horse noise. I
Do
could
you
just,
also
yeah,
do you also want to get the small things amulet?
optional, but sure if we can.
Okay, it's really easy to get unlike the white key. Mm. You know, I love how in the first game, hurting was like this, like, useful spell. And now in this game, it's literally second banana.
I mean, it always was that. It always was to like Black Orb.
Well, yeah, but in Black Orb, it was like literally the last spell you could get. And in the first game, there was a chance you could have also not gotten it at all. However, in this game, even Black Smog is debatably better.
Okay, what's the deal here? They should have made hurting a no rev skill though, for sure.
Just head through the main entrance.
Guide me.
Check out the room in front of you.
Full slap Marina.
Wooden desk. Hide in the kitchen.
Full slap Marina. You have been asking for that. You have been asking for that moth.
Remember, I'm watching on a delay.
I'm waiting before any like decisions. 46 plus arms for flesh puppetry, plus adrenaline, plus eyeglasses, plus
Oh,
high attack weapon.
I have bad news.
What's up?
Getting more than 4 limbs does not increase the amount of times flesh puppetry attacks.
Oh yeah, I figured. You'll do it yourself soon. Does it increase
Yeah,
damage though still?
Nope.
Are you certain?
Yes.
Moth, what do you
I,
think
li-
about this information?
I literally cut off Dan and Marina's hands, and Abella's. I had 8 limbs. It didn't do any more damage.
Moth.
Okay, now, this is where I have to focus up. This is where we can easily ruin it.
Is it capped?
So,
Last I checked, it also capped at 4 for me.
so we have to head to the dark corridor.
We're gonna have to test for bonus damage on the same enemy just to check if we do test the Flash puppetry.
Check the chest. Use a key. Return to the foyer. And now we must head stairway.
Gonna have to test that out, Moth. In the girl boss save file, I think somebody has flash
Side
puppetry, so we
path.
can test it out soon. That path.
Side path. Search the bookshelves.
You can just take whichever, right?
Yeah, you can take whatever you want.
Just making sure.
Okay, let's see. What is the next option?
Maybe I did red spice on puppetry. Maybe. I heard that's
Uh,
either not working now or it might have been patched out.
check the doorway. Search the desk. Leave. Now repeat that same sequence 10 more times.
Okay.
I'm not even trolling you. This is how you're supposed to get it.
I don't think I have Spice Forge on the person who has puppetry on my save file, but we can check. Except something fell from one of the envelopes. Find a white key. Yay.
Congratulations, you got a very useless item.
Where now? Where to?
And now you can search the body.
It's useful.
Moth, it's not useful. Also just ignore it. Okay, let's see. What next? So we're in the foyer again, right?
Yes.
Uh,
I cry. It gives one of the best accessories.
I'm bad at remembering this.
I thought you had a page
So
pulled up.
we need B6B6B6B6B6B. How do we get to 6B? Okay, go to the dark corridor. Check the corridor.
Okay.
And then check the gate at the end of the corridor. Please tell me you know how to get through the rest of this.
It might take a while. I've only done this once.
I hope you do know that there are bad ends.
Yep, I got smashed by Crowmauler.
Oh my god, he's still alive. I thought we killed him.
I think there are multiple Crowmaulers, quite honestly.
You gotta be kidding me.
Just like in lore, like it's kind of like Pocket Cat, because we
Well,
find like we find a note talking about the legend of the Crowmauler in
well,
the
if you
first
need
game.
If you need any help, just ask.
But Samari can read the blood in Donovan's. Do you think she'll be able to use the empty scrolls plot? Imagine, dude, if
Oh
Samari
my
can use the
god.
empty scrolls.
I can imagine it now. Oh Lord, give.
Marina. What am I doing here?
Oh Lord,
Here's
give
down.
Circle Spear. You know, why is Circle Spear like low-key amazing?
Um, oh Lord, give heroin.
Literally every single Levi main ever. Hey Wayne, do you remember Rancid's full name?
So what?
Do you remember Rancid's full name?
There was like Mataneko something something.
You already got the entire thing wrong.
There was a Mata. There was a Neko.
There was no Mata.
There was something like Mata. But abusing Levi's
Nope.
addiction to do tough boss fights.
It's Neko Kone Magnificat Rancid of the Circle.
I was close. I
No,
was
you are.
close.
You
I was
got
right there.
one thing wrong.
That's one out of like
You only said two
one.
words.
Maybe. Listen, Circle is Circle.
Yes,
Okay,
circle
Circle is
is indeed
Circle.
circle.
Why do we need to know his name?
Because we need to know his name.
I don't think we need to know. He's not going to be in the lore analysis. I'm not going to
Fun
mention him at
fact,
all.
Durgal is from one of the continents in the Fear and Hunger world.
Fun fact: Circle was a mistake. Why is he
Fun.
rancid though?
No, that's just part of his name.
I mean, if you're born and your mom is like, "Yep, that looks like a rancid to me," I just don't think you're all that important.
Think of it with someone with like four names. Of course, it's gonna get a bit weird.
I've got like two or three last names.
Oh my god, this boy literally has like four first names.
That's his own bad. They have like government office to change those.
Oh, also, did you know that Rancid kills Iki?
Yeah, I've
Like
seen
what
him
the
do it.
like what the heck did Iki do?
He's looking for worthy opponents.
No, Iki.
Yeah,
Iki is literally just chilling for Venushka.
yeah, but I mean, Iki looks powerful enough. Like we see his like head, and we see like some of his neck and collarbone. He's a big guy.
We see his arm too.
It was planned. It's cut content now, but it was planned that during day 3 there would be an Iki Terso who would be walking around the city.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can see it like in an interview. It was cut. There was supposed to be an Iki Terso during like day 3. It would come out and just wander around the city.
Would it try to kill you?
Probably. I don't know. I assume that thing's like huge. Did Circle kill
Is
the church? This girl in the church, or is it Rayla?
the girl in the church, who are you talking about?
You know when you fight Circle, you like walk up and there's like some chick just laying there, kind of like all sacrificed.
I think that might have happened like before Circle got there.
Probably that's what I was thinking. There's really no reason for him to like kill the girl.
Isn't Circle only hunting doppelgangers?
He's just looking for worthy opponents.
Well, no, it said like when you attack him, he's like, I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for those like stupid doppelgangers.
Oh no, he says that humans are ruining everything, and that's why there are doppelgangers around. He says it's because of you leeches going around that everything's messed up. Time is like messed up. Old ancient deities are rising up again. There are doppelgangers replacing people. He's saying it's like humans' fault that stuff is happening. Has anyone drawn 4 out of 4 Venushka? What would that accomplish?
Let's see, you get Pinecone Pig, Sabbath, access to the mayor's attic,
You can just glitch that.
and I've never gone to the mayor's attic.
You can glitch that if you just walk over to like the little like fence and like interact with it. It lets you go down as if the root was there. You don't
Wait,
actually need the root.
are you telling me that the Venushka tree inside of the second story
It's like glitched out.
goes
You don't.
downwards?
Yeah,
Why?
because it says that the opening it creates in the roof is too narrow, but you could probably climb down the roots.
That is so useless.
I mean, it'd be useful if like, no, it wouldn't be useful because you can just break down the door.
No, it's not useful because you can go down there normally.
That's a glitch though,
How is it a glitch?
because when you examine it, it still says you see roots here. Do you want to climb down?
Yeah, because you see roots there even if you don't spawn the tree.
No, because they're meant to like be tree roots there. You're not supposed to be able to climb down there without the Venushka book.
That's
Circle's
are
giving
you
me
kidding?
Final
Are
Fantasy
you kidding
Gilgamesh
me?
vibes. Imagine running into him while roof walking with August and clashing early on. You can just jump. It's just one floor high, to be honest. Yeah, the contestants are kind of they're a little bit of sissies. You said
Circle.
like the campsite for thing. Like the tents. Ooh,
You know, I love how the trivia for Iki says the god will not be making a return at all, and he might have forgotten this poor creature. And Iki looks absolutely disturbing. I remember my first time running into Iki, and I was like, I do not want this. Get it away from me.
Iki's kind of out of the loop though, because he's still waiting for Venushka, even though Venushka's
Oh
dead.
wait, you just skipped the area where you could.
Hmm?
You just skipped the area where you could get the talisman,
What
small thing
talisman?
amulet.
No, I just got it.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
I just looked back like 1 second later, and it's like, oh no.
Ragnvald. Yeah, I did notice that in his ascending, Ragnvaldr's killing an Iki torso. Just Ragnvaldr things, killing like the minions of gods. He's essentially killing an angel if you think about it. Maybe Iki has different interaction for August. Dude, that would be so cool.
You know, I tried telling Iki that, yeah, it is time, and he's like, I wait for Venushka.
He doesn't know. Clueless. He doesn't know. Maybe he knows his blood. Like I said, it's my understanding that Ragnvaldr's ascending is probably canon. He becomes a monster hunter and then just passes on the story of Legard and his like trade down his line. And
Or
that's what we have
Gardeski.
August. That's what we have August like doing that sort of stuff. And August is also guarding a teleelectroscope if you notice. He leaves Moonless to guard one bunker.
Why is he guarding a bunker?
Because Legard wants the teleelectroscopes activated.
But Ragnvaldr and Legard were never friends.
Yeah, he's guarding the bunker so nobody activates it. He has Moonless there to like sick on people who walk by.
Now that makes more sense.
Do we know who killed Venushka? Humanity did, just by moving away from nature towards industrialization.
So basically, global warming.
It's essentially like, it's essentially a symbolic death from humanity moving away from their primal roots into civilized society,
So
which leads to
Venushka
the
the
creation of logic.
so Venushka the pine cone died.
I didn't pick up
Don't
the officer's sword. He's
don't
guarding all three
forget.
bunkers. That's why he's rushing with shortcuts. He's literally doing the rounds. That also does make sense because we do see him like shoot Osal when Osal's down in the bunker.
I mean, maybe August. Never mind. I was gonna say something.
But he like specifically leaves Moonless to guard one bunker.
I was about to say something very mean.
About our friend August.
Yes.
No, we're not
But
mean to
then,
August.
but then again, August deserves it for choosing not to spawn in my playthrough.
Here, let me show you, Mouse. Let me show you. Have a lot of save files, don't I?
Yeah, no. Canonically, in my opinion, uh, Venushka basically looks like my profile picture. Wayne knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Let me go get it from Donovan's house. I don't think I have the unedited version. We're gonna have another story time though. Just you wait. You
Story
rad bastards.
time.
Get back in my party. Never mind. I don't have time to
Can
waste with
Karen
y'all.
can Karen wield spears?
No, she can't do two-handed weapons.
But she has two hands.
But they're weak and frail and ladylike.
Then why can Bella?
Isabella's like Old the Guardian. To be
So
fair,
then
Osa's wearing yellow.
I was about to say, why is Osa able to wield two-handed weapons then?
Osa himself says that he's very physically strong, but it's not his like what he prefers to train. He's also trigger happy. Yeah, I
So
think we
then
had this talk before, Moth, where I said that either he shot him because he's keeping people away, or he might have just mistaken him for the Yellow King. I think we had this conversation before. Okay, let me go read you the unedited though.
why can't Osa wield a gun?
Cause dude, where would he learn to wield a gun? He's been like school all this time.
Where would Olivia learn?
Olivia lives in like modern society.
She's in a wheelchair. She's been in like hospitals
Can
like her
people in
entire teenage
wheelchairs
life.
can people in wheelchairs not use guns? Excuse me.
I have never seen a person in a wheelchair wielding a trench gun. Have you ever gone out?
I live in America, yeah.
The seed of Grogroth that had been fermenting for an eon does not mean that his... Can I even say this on Twitch?
I mean, I'll get banned. You won't.
Does that
Go
mean
ahead.
that Grogroth's semen was just like rotting and then it turned into a pine cone
When did
inside of
aluminum
Sylvian?
wheelchairs come out? Not the person to ask. The seed of
So,
Grogroth that had been fermenting for an eon finally reached its maturity, and thus Sylvian pushed a whole pine cone out of her loose abyss and named her child Ninush. The original
still,
name
just,
of Venushka is Ninush.
still, just think about that for a moment. What does the word fermenting mean?
Let's not dwell on fermenting sperm.
That's disgusting.
The cycle of destruction and creation is seen in its purest form in nature. Thus it comes as no surprise that the very god of nature, Venushka, is an offspring of the two older gods, Grogoroth and Sylvian. Like the nature of mankind, the nature of Venushka too can change from fiery raging volcanoes to serene grasslands, where a gentle wind lulls one to sleep.
Okay, Moth, let's not forget. Wayne, were you saying something?
Oh, I mean, you were talking about so.
Oh, well,
No.
Moth, remember, uh, Rayla and Olivia's parents were part of a church, so they definitely could have just like guilt tripped the church into giving them a wheelchair.
And then the church was all like, "Why don't you just make a Sylvian circle?" The ancient tribes of men used to live in a symbiosis with the nature, with its cycles of destruction and creation. But people grew greedy and hostile towards the land they settled and ravaged the nature to give room for their own civilizations. As people grew greedy and hostile, so did Venushka. A long war was waged to determine who was to become the master and who the slave. To everyone's surprise, or at least to my surprise, this resulted in the demise of Venushka. For all intents and purposes, the nature is dead. Venushka died by the hands of men. From this grievous realization comes the name of the god, Venushka, meaning guilt, the great guilt of mankind. This guilt will surely eat away the known world in time, for now faint traces of the god still linger in Venushka's totems, deities that desperately search for the murdered god in vain, the Iki Turso. Maybe these totems are the manifestation of human guilt. Once they understand the events that took place, mankind will surely feel their grief too. For now, it's best to exploit the nature while we still can.
You are getting scared. Look at that very intimidating pine cone.
I like to imagine Olivia's parents made her crawl everywhere and only cared about Velia. Olivia's parents paid for Relia's like tuition and everything, and they made Olivia get a job with no wheelchair. Olivia was
Go
just
work
like comically abused.
go work at McDonald's or something, worm.
And then Olivia's like, "It's 1942. What's a McDonald's?" And they kick her out the house.
Wait a minute, what time does this? Oh my god, you actually got the date right.
Hmm? What do you mean?
You
Oh yeah, yeah.
It is 1942.
Olivia has to sell feet pics to make ends meet. Oh, the poor girl.
Imagine how pale her feet would be from no exercise.
No, you know what? No wonder she could afford tuition. Jesus. Dude, it's in the middle of a war too. She's sending like feet pics to like these dudes out in the trenches. She's making bank, dude. In lore.
Levi bought the feet pics. The reason Kaiser made Logic was to obtain Olivia's OnlyFans. Rayla, tell me your sister's OnlyFans or I'll put you in the machine.
In lore. This is accurate canon.
Jesus Christ, that's so stupid.
Olivia is very pretty though, to be fair. Dude, Olivia is absolutely cute. I just hate her because I had to like play for 8 hours as her with no wheelchair.
I only played for 2 hours, yet that made me hate her. Although I will admit, there is something endearing about her not standing and fighting at the same time. You must admit, there is something to it.
Even
Like the
without
way she's
that,
just like the way she's just sitting there and still killing them.
it's kind of morbid if you get her B ending. She feels proud to be the person to like have survived Termina. She doesn't feel like guilt or remorse or like trauma. She's like she's proud of it.
Jesus.
It's kind of morbid.
I
She's
mean,
like,
wouldn't you feel proud if you killed 14 other people and killed a god?
I'd be like, man, I just killed 14 people. That sucks. I'll make her face tank all the party damage and sacrifice her limbs to bring people back. Neo is the #1 Olivia hater. And you know what? I respect it.
You know, technically all I have to do is cut off Olivia's arms and she would die.
We do know the professor. The professor was found not found dead. He was executed for treason. No, he was executed for treason.
Yep.
In Olivia's intro, you can find that he was executed for treason for being involved with the NLU.
You know, I have a better theory.
What was that?
If you choose to play as Karen, the entire game is just some fever dream where she thinks that everyone is a manager.
All Karen sees is managers, and everybody else just doesn't matter. They don't register as humans. Rayla is clearly in logic. Received a letter which said both were executed. We gotta go, Lord. Check Olivia's intro. Hold on.
Well, it never said that Rayla was executed.
Yeah, I don't think it said Rayla was executed.
It just said that she was held at a prison.
If we're talking pure looks, I think Marco and Olivia are definitely like
Okay.
the prettiest.
I just realized something that you can do, like, really quickly, because it's really fast.
My guy's got the lashes and everything. Jesus, he's a beautiful man. What's up, though?
So, you wanted to speak to Samari yourself.
I suppose so.
Why don't you just, like, speedrun saving Henrik and then going through the sewers as Marina?
Listen.
It does not take that long. You don't have to fight anything.
I don't have the patience. Not the patience. I don't have the focus for that right now, let's be honest. I'm like flip-flopping between like save files and discussions.
Well, yeah, but you still need to make your Marina file.
That'll come later at a different time when I can focus.
What are you not focused after I love how this originally started as a discussion about the sulfur god, and we have derailed to is Pocket
Olivia's
Cat a bottom?
OnlyFans.
Yes. And is Pocket Cat a bottom or a top?
You reminisce about what has led you to this point in life. You remember feed pics. Then in one document, you also find out she's under NLU surveillance. Is no one gonna tie down Olivia? Just let her roll around the moving chair.
You know, maybe it has like one of those brakes on it.
Let's talk about how like Olivia was gonna get a wheelchair when she arrived at the train station. How did she get on the train? They just let her crawl there.
That's actually a very good point.
Shadowed
So
Soul and Radiating Soul. So we know Shadowed Soul and Radiating Soul are like right next to each other on the Zodiac then.
Yep. Ow, 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 ow.
I like to imagine her parents pull up in a car and just toss her out on the sidewalk. Kaiser needs her because she's the only one who can manipulate the thing she's built, and he also seduced her to build it, kind of like Griffith.
Jesus, Neo. I like to imagine her parents pulled up in a car and just tossed her out on the sidewalk. Also, this may sound really bad, but how do people with wheelchairs board a train?
You said what?
I'm
You good?
dying. How do people with wheelchairs board trains?
I mean, nowadays they have little ramps.
Yeah, but this is like 1942.
Well, you know.
Realistically, someone probably like helped her like walk kinda onto the train, and then someone probably brought it on for her. Realistically, probably Marco.
Marco or Tanaka, I was thinking, because they're the ones who stick with her.
And they're also like right there in the same train car. Naturally, you're studying photography to make better money off your feed pics.
Olivia studies like nature, whereas Rayla studies like computers and engineering.
Those are
That
very different things.
Venushka and logic. Logic which like inadvertently like rises from Venushka's corpse essentially. But it really is nature versus machine with the two sisters. Concentrate here.
Obviously, you should expose the professor to his superiors. Don't.
Which one was it? I don't think it matters which one I choose here.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm still gonna get to like see the. Because we're just here to see if like who gets
What?
executed.
All I know is that if you expose the professor, you get nothing. But I've never seen the dialogue for it either.
Let's see.
Wait, does it just not have any special text?
Yeah, did I not? Did I select the wrong one?
You selected the right one. It literally just skipped all the possible text that it could have had. She tried to expose the professor, and they're like, I'm sorry, is this vegetable salad talking to me? I was, that was so rude.
She had already been in an undisclosed Bremen prison for months. The professor Rayla had been seeing during her school years had mentioned the organization in a passing comment. Investigated the professor had gone after getting fired from the university only to find he had been executed several months prior. He too had been accused of treason and had been sentenced to hang in the middle of a battlefield. Okay, your sister was a special exchange student to Bremen. That could definitely be arranged by Kaiser, because, you know, Kaiser of Bremen. This is why Olivia sucks. She's working with nature and it's dying. Meanwhile, her sister's getting into computers when they're just taking off. Yeah, this is definitely a case where, like, you got
Olivia
Rayla,
could
she's the
have.
CS major. And you got Olivia, who's, like, studying in. What's a bad major? She's studying a bad major. I don't want to call out any majors here.
I'm going to call out a major. Give me a moment. I gotta think. Cooking.
Culinary arts?
Yes, culinary arts and hospitality.
What, you don't like going to restaurants?
No, I like going to restaurants, but you know that the people working in those restaurants hate it.
They don't hate it. They're just very cranky. That's just the kind of person you have to be a chef.
Listen, have you ever seen a McDonald's employee be happy?
I worked at Chick-fil-A.
Were you happy?
It was fun being with my coworkers, but I wasn't happy.
Did you enjoy standing for 9 hours a day?
I got knee problems from that job.
Exactly.
They never say if he was in NLU, and letters can be faked. Apparently, the two have been in letters correspondence for after Rayla graduated. It's implied he's in the NLU, and I don't know. I feel like at some point we've got to like stop and just be like, no, don't skip the intro. You have to stop and kind of like, we can't be going off on like too many what ifs. Like there has to be some grounding. Jesus, Rayla even invented the GameCube. She really does make Olivia look useless. Like we can say they never say if he was in the NLU. It's implied, and letters can be faked. We can just say that about a whole lot of things in like the game.
I mean, when I brought up my sulfur god as the sun god argument, there were a lot of justifications for why it might be true, right?
Karen should know more about Rayla. To be fair, that say again.
What?
Wait, you said I didn't catch that. Sorry.
I said when I brought up my theory that sulfur god was sun god because of Almer, I had some decent reasoning to believe that. Because why should we believe that Almer's ascension should have been any different from the god of fear and hungers?
You brought forth evidence, and that's something I can appreciate. As to
Yay!
whether that evidence is like solid, I'm just not educated enough on the Sulfur God to speak on it. But it's something
Well,
that I
there's
will be keeping in mind once I read about the Sulfur God, because you brought up like really interesting ideas.
there is barely any information on the sulfur god besides he was cast out from Almer.
I thought they failed to replicate the cube. Yeah, but they used the technology to make the GameCube. Neo's making a joke, Moth, about the GameCube. The second best console to ever exist.
Listen, it's not called the GameCube in this world. It's called the Depth Cube.
The cave dwellers were really ahead of their time. They were playing Melee before we were even like making light bulbs.
That's why they worshipped it. Mom, can I play on the Depth Cube today?
Meanwhile, Olivia worked on the Dreamcast.
Listen, she didn't work on the Dreamcast. What is the other thing that Nintendo made that was a complete flop?
Wii U.
No, there was something even worse.
I don't think it gets worse than the Wii U.
Oh no, it gets worse.
Virtual Boy.
Yes, that's what I was thinking of. She worked on the Virtual Boy. It's clunky, just like her.
I think Legar wanted to make the cube as a failsafe in case he failed. Someone would undo his wrongdoings and carve a different path, just like how you undid most of the work of the four new gods in the first game. She did. That's why she has to wear glasses.
Jesus. All that exposure to horrible... I forgot the name of it already.
Let me see.
Yes, the Virtual Boy. All of those
Okay.
bad Virtual Boy graphics ruined her eyes.
So it says that the Eastern Union was trying to replicate the cube. The Eastern
The
Union is opposed to
cube.
Bremen. I feel like there's not enough discourse about the Eastern Union because the telelectroscope and the cube and like trying to replicate the cube was the work of the Eastern Union, who was battling against the Bremen.
So, who made logic?
Logic was a creation of Kaiser, powered by the telelectroscope, which was made by the Eastern Union. That's why
So,
Kaiser waged war, so he could like claim the telelectroscopes to power logic. So
so why
janitors.
did
Oh, sorry.
so why did Kaiser try to make Twitter?
Uh, he thinks it's the next step in human evolution. How
I
wrong he will
mean,
be.
jeez.
The poor man. He's going down the wrong timeline.
This is why we had to kill him.
If you have
But
mind
then,
read, you can learn from Olivia. She's never dated anyone because she's such a loser. So Rayla's being held hostage by the Eastern Union? No, I think you were right on the money when you said that she was a special Bremen transfer student. I think that was planned by Kaiser because it was said that she was held in a Bremen prison. I think you were right that like Kaiser kind of led her into Bremen so he could capture her.
this is why we should let the cave dweller kill Darcy, because otherwise she resurrects Lagarde, and then Lagarde makes Twitter.
The
Think,
darkest
think,
timeline.
think about that next time you think about saving Darcy from that cave dweller with a rock.
I think you were right on the money about Kaiser, like leading her into Bremen. But uh he just needed to like capture pre-evil because that's where the Eastern Union was creating the telelectroscope.
Wait, so why did they make the telectroscopes in the first place?
See, that's what I'm not sure about yet. I haven't played Isabella very thoroughly, and she has information on the NLU, and I assume they're going to talk about the telelectroscopes more.
Actually, I'll do a quick Google search.
Because it says here. Let's see. Let me see.
Well, thank you, Wikipedia.
There's just talk. A lot of people I see talking about like the Eastern Union was working on something big, and then the Bremen Empire invaded and stopped it pre-evil. During character creation.
So Kaiser wanted to make logic, and the Eastern Union was already making the telectroscopes.
Do you think?
The Kaiser and the Eastern Union weren't cooperating.
Yeah, they weren't cooperating. The Eastern Union is its own separate entity, which was making the telelectroscopes for some reason that I'm not sure about yet. Kaiser captures Rayla, and then he needs the telelectroscopes, so he wages war, and that's why we have the World War II that's going on in Termina right now.
So basically, the Eastern Union has a lot of explaining to do as to why they made telectroscopes.
Yes. Do you think the teacher looking for Raccoon? Hello, hello Raiders. How are we all doing? We're just talking lore right now. There's not a lot of gameplay going on. We're having serious lore discussions.
Such as why the Eastern Union would do something so stupid as to make telectroscopes.
How's it going, man? We're talking lore right now. Not a whole lot of not a whole lot of gameplay. Improved your time? How much? Big moves? Pray to our god, heroin Jesus. Heroin all myrrh.
Okay, we found out that Olivia made income by selling feed pics.
In lore, Olivia sells feed pics. This is canon. We can prove it.
And Ryla was captured, so she would have to give Olivia's OnlyFans to Kaiser.
Do you think the teacher working for NLU was KGB or Kaiser copy slash spy? No, I think he was actually just. I don't think the NLU has moles in it. I think the NLU is like a genuine organization trying to like make moves in the benefit of like society. Because he's like publicly executed, so people, assumedly, people like see the professor's body because it says he was publicly executed on a battlefield. So if he died and it was a Kaiser copy, he would have like turned to mush like the other one we see. Olivia sells root pigs. 52, 23, 78. How sure are you that everything between the moment after the intro in the Hall of the Gods and the moment before Kaiser in the Hall of Gods isn't just a dream slash single moment in time?
That is asking a very big what if.
There's like there's water to that theory just because we're told that Rur's the dreamer and we are the dream.
Yeah, but that can be taken as literally Rur is lucid dreaming all of the events. Like, he is not conscious while doing it, and that's his subconscious.
Have you ever played Bloodborne?
No, but I know the lore.
So within Bloodborne, the whole game takes place within the dream made by a god.
Yes.
And it's only after like you kill that god or you allow yourself to be killed that you exit that dream.
Yes.
And I think it's a very similar concept here. Serious lore only. What are the odds that Olivia's condition is just a Bremen conspiracy like what Karen said? Olivia, you're not actually sick. You're just pretending. It's a placebo, Olivia. Take the walking pill, Olivia.
Take the walking pill.
Karen is based and walk pilled.
Oh, actually, I have more reason to not like Karen after figuring something out.
What's that?
Karen called Dan a queer eye-patched foreigner.
He did. I remember that. It very much surprised me. It's a listen. I
I do
can't.
not
I won't ask you to forgive my wife for what she said, but I can fix her. Okay, I can fix her.
tell
I can
tell
fix
her
her.
tell her to apologize to my husband now.
That's why I think this might be a VR situation, simulation of something which has happened or might happen. You might already be in the mainframe, New God's Hall. Perkel pulls you out of that. He said so himself. Walking pill, more like just stand up and walk. Stop being goddamn lazy. Oh, another thing that I just lost my train of thought. I was gonna say another thing that points to Rur not being like there is that Nasra even says that this isn't how the moon god operates. And seeing as Nasra's been alive for a very long time, we can assume Nasra has like been witness, or at least like heard or read about other Termina festivals.
Well, that also brings up another reason as to why we know that the Sulfur God is like tampering with this Termina festival.
His cultist, yes.
So if Rur has never been like directly controlling the Termina festivals, and now Perkel is like, oh yes, I serve Rur, and we're affecting the festival this time, obviously Nasra would be like, huh, that's weird. This isn't normal.
I'm gonna go see the dialogue about us getting pulled out of the world.
Hold on, I'm gonna type something in chat.
Aye aye. Wayne, it's me. Is this one of those days again? Where I haven't made any progress? Yes, but not because I'm bad. We just got derailed and I got really into the lore talk. Question for
Here, there's
everyone. Is Rur breedable? Have you seen all his holes?
that's some amazing lore. Amazing lore. Between the sun god and the moon god, which one was the bottom?
But yeah, I haven't made progress, not because I'm like I'm having like a super bad day. Just because I whatchamacallit? I think I just died here. Yep.
Raccoon is terrified.
I didn't expect Wayne to sound so girly out of no. What do you mean? Oh, you thought Panda was me.
Raccoon, self-destruct. You know, if Osa moon scorches, his pants just kind of fade away. So why can't we remove his pants?
Oh, so the moon scorch form kind of gives me like really creepy vibes for some reason. I just
I
don't
know,
like it.
but like, why does he lose his pants?
I don't know. That question lives rent free in my mind.
I am so happy that I could make you think about things that we really should be thinking about.
Your head hurts. You feel like you're losing your mind. We see Francois. We see the tormented one.
Oh, also, I figured out why, I mean, what the cocoon on Marina's back is whenever she's, uh, moon scorched.
What was that?
So she specifically says, if you talk to her, Father, why?
We see the duck guy. We see the enlightened one. We see the endless.
So it's theorized that the person inside of the cocoon is like Father Domek.
Probably then, yeah. And Father Domek does not like Marina. Okay, let's see. We're in the Hall of New Gods. And he pulls us out. What does he have to say for himself? Domek actually does like Marina. That's not the vibe I was getting. Got you pulled out from that nasty place. You're going deep into that rabbit hole.
Domek only cared about Marina when he was dying because he knew that the situation was awful.
Now you are safe under the beautiful green hue of the moon. Is this real or just a nightmare? Hardly a nightmare. Since our words cannot possibly reach my master, I speak on his behalf. I need to play as Marina and get the church scene in the church.
Liar.
You are the dreamer. You are the dreamer. He is the dream.
I'm sorry, what?
You are the dreamer. He is the dream.
It's all. Whenever I play, it's backwards.
Are you sure?
Yeah, whenever I
Go make a quick run
play,
through.
it's always like, he is the dreamer, you are his dream. Okay, give me a moment. You know what would be so weird if it was different for every character you play?
Sly, thank you for the follow. Usually I play the game, but I got a little sidetracked today.
Give me a
I'm a big
moment while
lore
I.
guy, so I like to discuss the lore. I'm writing a big like essay on the lore. I'm hoping to have
Here.
like the first two chapters out by the end of this month. But Termina's been so
I'll.
big, it might be delayed. I'm working as hard as I can though, and I just like to stop and have these lore discussions. I try to
Here,
get people in VC just to make it easier, but you know.
I'm gonna load up a. a. Do I want to play Dan?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I'll just load up another Marina run.
Orange did a great job with the lore, especially with the old gods. It's all really interesting. I'm a writer, and I do a lot of world building and writing myself. So
I mean,
I touch on a
I
lot of the
don't.
same concepts, and it just really interested me. It really really connected with me, and I've just been really into the game. I think it's like the only game that has ever pushed me to like want to make content and support its community. That's
Hey,
why I just go so hard
does
on choke no
Marina's
coke.
does Marina's affinity max out affinity with that god?
No clue. Haven't played Marina. And back Moth.
Ah,
Moth, look at this line, Moth.
ah,
Moth, this is important.
ah.
You are the dreamer. He is the dream.
I don't even know who to pick.
I'm gonna give you a second to like get into that, Moth. I'm gonna go use the bathroom again. Entertain them, Panda.
Why do I have to entertain
The
them?
headphones are off. I can't hear you.
I can't entertain them.
I can't hear you.
Baba Booey. Ah, ah. 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 Ah.
I'm back. Jesus. Everybody's going in on Panda.
All I did while you were gone was make that like snoring noise from TikTok.
Panda alarm went
You,
off.
you know where he's like yelling. Like, have you heard the clip, Wayne?
Say it, do it.
Ah.
I don't think I have.
I'll send you the clip.
Anyways, Moth, listen, this is the line. This is the line. Apparently Rur isn't the dreamer. We're the dreamer. He's the dream.
Okay. You have to play this video for stream.
Do I?
Yes.
Oh, that. I had desktop audio on, so they heard it.
No, they didn't. Oh wait, maybe they did.
I have desktop audio on. They could hear it from my Discord, I believe.
Yeah, I forgot that I had stream muted.
Olivia when she was younger. 8-year-old Olivia Farnsworth has the only known case of chromosome 6 deletion. She does not feel pain, fear, and hunger, or the need to sleep. If only. If only actual Olivia was this good.
I need to look at this.
But Perkel pulls the strings and pulled you to this dimension. I know, I'm just saying, like, the, what's the word? The implication that
can I
we're the
just
dreamers. What's up?
can I just go to a doctor and have them delete my sixth chromosome?
What, they just, like, highlighted and pressed the delete key on their computer?
Yes. Why cat?
You are the dreamer, he is the dream.
Have confirmed it does say that.
You are the dreamer, he is the dream.
Yes.
You finally remember where you've heard the name Perkel before. The deity is often linked with the so-called Festival of Termina.
Raccoon, if you wish to get a room with me, you better subscribe to Wayne. Subscribe now to Wayne.
Raccoon was the first person to subscribe to me.
I know.
There's two dimensions: normal world, rare dimension, New God Hall dimension. My guess is Kaiser's trying to move the New God Hall into the artificial green, using the workshop dimension to build it in secret. Workshop dimension is basically neutral grounds. Hmm. Many massacres in history have been blamed on this deity, Perkel, and the moon.
Well, Wayne, I'm going to lay down.
Gotcha. Was the Bobby
How?
experiment Eastern or Bremen? Let me go check the film. You gonna head out, the Panda? She already head out? That she did. We are alone again, chat. We are left to our own devices. I can go check the film, though. Give me 1 second. Let me go get the girl boss together. We're getting them out of retirement. Yes. We alone. People said. We're never alone. Because I have y'all and you have me. Roman Kaiser is checking to see if the power of artificial green can withstand mortal bodies. Everyone for themselves. My best team. My most powerful team. Ration the severed arms and moldy bread. I guess I can deal with that. Please don't leave me. The girl bosses. They're back together. Let me go get them. Do I have the film in the save? Come. I've never had a full like bop. Might have moved there to make use of the green hue residue since it's a place where multiple festivals have happened. That is true. Let me make sure I have the thing. I do have it. I was kind of hoping there'd be more film reels throughout the game. I think this is the only one in the game, isn't there? Sup, green tea, how's it going? It's been a while, it feels like. How are you doing today? Hope you've been well. Deep underground, his artificial green is overflowing in the void. It could be an artificial green, which is seeping into reality. What do we do? Drop a Yugi amulet and our heroine Jesus is unbeatable. Just woke up before you stream at night for me. It's like... It is midnight for me right now. I can't stream until late at night for myself. I don't know if we have... I'm just gonna run, honestly. Because I'm not sure if we actually have, if we have... whatchamacallit? Limb protection. Do I have bear traps? I do. Son of a bitch. Un segundo. As they say, as my people say. Yeah, that was weird. That a void artifact could be found in the museum. I noticed that as well. Come on. You rat bastard. They're getting smarter. I have to test that item someday. Why? 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 Listen, I'm just doing my best. Let us leave. We do not leave. Please don't kill Marina. Okay. You can one-shot Kaiser with 3 rubs and double crit. I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know what items we all have. I have that. If I just keep doing that. You have... You heal so you don't die, please. Let me take care of this goon. Give me 1 second. Warcry? Yeah, Warcry. Why? It's self-pheromone. I don't have to cast it. She can just cast it on herself. It saves me a turn. She Warcried. She did. No, cause it triggered at the end of her turn. Wait, unless... Did he attack somebody else after she Warcried? I'm not paying attention. No? Yeah, Warcry is just self-pheromone. I don't think he attacked anyone. It's fine. It doesn't matter. We're all alive. That's all that matters. The girl bosses continue. Minus our plant, who got killed by a horse. What does Sisu do? It lets you live at 1 HP. It's hardened heart, but inside an ability. There's a bug with infinite stamina. Yeah, there is. It's pretty easy to do, but I'm not sure how to like replicate it super fast myself. I know Raccoon's not gonna allow it in speedruns. It is against the rules. But yep, it's a known glitch. Okay, here we go. I don't have the film reel item anymore. Off bat, I want to say the Bremen Empire was probably doing those experiments. Because they've been occupying the city for like a bit now, I believe. At least a week they've been occupying the city. And we know the Bremen Empire was part of like the previous Termina festival. The one like a week ago. Because that Termina festival involved the Bremen commanding officers. And I believe the winner of that festival was like the Sylvian trooper and her platoon. Low exposure, subject 17. What does fast exposure look like? Yeah, off the top of my head, I just want to say that that's probably a Bremen experiment. What's this? Who of us doesn't cover their true face and hide behind a persona? In the broad daylight, we adopt a social rule depending on the surrounding people. Put on a mask that works as the public image of our true personality. Do we hide our face to avoid the judgment of people, or do we look down in shame as the sun watches our every move? It's interesting they mention the sun. A sun that knows our deepest longings and lustful thoughts. Only in the darkest of nights does the true and vile nature of men get revealed. We share our decrepit bodies only to the select few under the moonlight. Despite what lowly thieves covering in the shadows would like you to think, the moonlight hides no one. So that depicts the god as like, the sun as like a judgment entity. And we already know that the moon hides no one because it said that the moonlight uncovers the truth. But it's interesting that it says that the sun judges you. I could have sworn, I forgot where I read about the sulfur god. Stakes are high, you are also and more so. Live your lie and play with my blood torso. That basically means they are not moon scorched, but rather got burned by his sunlight. I don't think that's referring to Termina though. It's just a general it's just a general passage about moonlight and the sun. And like ego and alter ego and all that. I don't think it's called alter ego, super ego. Blacken my name, Dead Crow, as a prize. So that's probably what ties it together with the Tormented one. They say that a tear only dries, so I won't see the day even Groth cries. They will come to know this day as the cruel age. They will come to know this page as the fourth phase. Won't you die? He was really ahead of his time. Enki and Carrion. Does it say that for the Sylvian book? The Vinishka book, I mean. It does. Even though it wasn't. I guess it still was, but it's edited. I'm gonna go pick up the unedited version right now. Just to have it in case I need to reread it. Hey Alice, how are you doing? Hope you're having a great day. I'm not getting any actual gameplay done. I'm just kind of discussing lore. I'm just picking up this book here. Okay. I might just have to go to a different character to see if I have more books on there. The Last Frontier, the Vinland Colonial. Legends report that in the year 1009, a group of explorers from Oldegard first made contact with the island region of Vinland. Great, how's it going? Yeah, not really making any progress today. We were supposed to do some playthroughs, but I got sidetracked, and now it's a lore stream, so not that I mind. Big lore guy. We were having a discussion here earlier. Everybody was throwing out ideas. You've cooled down now, though. First written record of the continent, the connection from case dates back to the year 1310 when a small fleet from Abyssonia ventured to the dark waters of the west. 1577. I've seen your nickname on the fandom wiki while looking at some enemy, by the way. Don't remember. It's Pocket Cat. Where Green Tea, were you the one who said you came here because you saw that? Yeah. If you go to the old wiki and look at Pocket Cat's trivia, scroll all the way to the bottom, you're gonna see my name. That's pure coincidence. Yeah. At Pocket Cat. It's Pocket Cat's page in the old wiki, not the new wiki. In the old wiki for Pocket Cat. I don't know if it's still up there. It is still up there. If you go to Pocket Cat's old wiki page and scroll all the way to the bottom at the trivia section, you're gonna see my name. Orange used to see Wayne wanking near his house and put him in the game to honor it. I just can't get enough of Karen, what can I say? The discovery of this continent is the biggest mistake that mankind has ever made. Man. I wish we saw more of Vinland. I wish we heard more about Vinland. We get such vivid depictions of it. I feel like it couldn't really be portrayed, like, very well. But man, I love the way he writes about it. I'm gonna switch to a different save file just to see if I have more books. I think Vinland is more like Finland but with another letter. Vinland is what is... It's North America, essentially. It's North America. It is what, like, real-life Vikings called the part of North America they discovered. They called it Vinland. And that's just taken into this game as well. Because it was discovered by the Oldegard, who are essentially like Fear and Hunger Vikings. I don't have the last one too, chapter 2, if there is a chapter 2. The Midnight Gazette, I believe that's where Karen works. Is it? Because if this game is another representation of our world, that means Vikings and 2 from North Europe. At least that's what I was thinking. And that kind of makes sense when we talk about world history in Termina. Karen doesn't work, she needs to get the kids to soccer practice. Yeah, so Oldegard is essentially like the Viking, the like big conglomerate Viking nation in the Fear and Hunger universe. And Oldegard is like called a northern kingdom. And Oldegard was stated to be like the first people who founded the continent of Vinland. And Oldegard, we do know it is located in what is Northern Europe in this world. Called Europa here. The Marching Men of the Night's Day. Where have we heard that name before? But yeah, the Oldegard include people like Ragnvaldr. If you want to think about what like Oldegard is, it's people like Ragnvaldr from the first game. Who's meant to be very like Viking-esque. Is the Mahabharata book the same? I might switch to the first game just to read a little bit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Give me 1 second to switch categories. We're just gonna be doing some reading. I got so sidetracked at the beginning of the stream. We're gonna be back with the gameplay tomorrow though. Do not worry. But for today, I think I'm just gonna take time to like read some lore. Why not? Oops a daisy. Morbid plate to come back to. What do we have? Ladies Volmar. Born from the humble origins of a virgin mother, human origin with the seed laid down by a false god. Together they would bring back the old world order. Kings and sultans of the time would not stand idle when a man of undeniable godlike posture came down to their golden city gates. So does that imply that when you say golden city gates, that implies Mahavre, but because we know from the second game when they say bring back the old world order, Elmer opposed the new gods of the time. The Fellowship original. Following pages tell the events that took place in the year 809 after the birth of our Christ, the Ascended One. A fifth one, she who never aspired for the same greatness as the rest of the party. I did not know Nostradamus was female. Listen, Wayne, if that's your name, is it? I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're having a great time too, man. I'm just reading lower. I'm relaxing. I think Spiral's streaming right now. I might raid him soon, actually. My knee aches me, I'm telling you. You need sleepiness, do I? I've drank like 3 sodas, so I'm straight, actually. I made it a channel point thing. Crack open a cold one. I open it like the soda up in front of the mic for ASMR purposes. And people ate that up. So I've drank like 2.5 sodas at this point. I don't need sleep, I need answers. No, Wayne, bad. Listen, man, listen, I can't say no to the viewers, Raccoon. I can't say no to them. If they want me to drink 3 sodas, I'm gonna drink 3 sodas. Back then, there existed an ancient tomb to ancient city Mahabre that worked as a hub for multiple different planes of existence. A place where man could meet his maker. Those who would set their foot inside would end up in a forever going turmoil of godly dimensions and planes of afterlife. It is here the Fellowship would demand the rights of self-governing for mankind. Wayne, check DM real quick. Gotcha. Oh no. Okay. I didn't know they were that plentiful. What's the biggest thing you can buy for channel points? Kill character, crack open a cold one. Don't redeem points right now because I'm not doing points right now. This is an actual playthrough. I can make a genocide run. You could if you wanted to. I'm gonna be increasing points. I'm gonna be increasing point costs. Chat was so kind as to teach me the error of my ways. I have 4 poems of love and torment. Jesus. Alrighty. To be quite honest with you, this whole stream kind of got away from me. It was supposed to be a Novello playthrough. And then people started asking lore questions and we just got way sidetracked. Not that I mind. I do love talking lore. But that being said, I don't really feel like starting a new playthrough right now. You gotta de-lore them. No, I don't want to disencourage lore discourse. This is supposed to be a lore channel after all. Writing the big lore write-up. Look forward to it. That being said though, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Didn't really get a whole lot done outside of discussion. And I'm not really feeling like starting a new playthrough. So I think I might call it quits here. Have an early night for myself. That being said, stick with me here for a second. Stick with me here. If we could stay here and raid my friend Spiral, that would be very nice. He is also streaming Fear and Hunger Termina. He is doing some Maso mode runs. I would really appreciate it if you guys would send some love. And before I let you all go, once again, thank you all for stopping by, for chatting, for watching. I really do appreciate it. It does mean the most. I hope you all have a great rest of your night, though. Good night.